Chapter 20. It was already past 8 p.m. when the 18-wheeler refrigerated truck pulled off the Tomei highway and let Nakata out in the parking lot of the Fujiyama rest area. Canvas bag and umbrella in hand, he clambered down from the passenger seat to the asphalt. "Good luck in finding another ride," the driver said, his head sticking out the window. "If you ask around, I'm sure you'll find something." "Much obliged. Nakata appreciates all your help." "Take it easy," the driver said, then waved and pulled back onto the highway. "Fujigawa," the driver had said. Nakata had no idea where Fujigawa was, though he did understand he'd left Tokyo and was heading west. No need for compass or a map to tell him that. He knew it instinctively. Now, if only a track going west would give him a ride. Nakata was hungry and decided to have a bowl of ramen in the rest area restaurant. The rice balls and chocolate in his bag he wanted to save for an emergency. Not being able to read, it took him a while to figure out how to purchase a meal. Before going into a dining hall, you had to buy meal tickets from the vending machine, but he had to have somebody help him with the buttons. "My eyes are bad, so I can't see too well," he told the middle-aged woman, and she inserted the money for him, pushed the right button, and handed him his change. Experience had taught him it was better not to let on that he didn't know how to read, because when he did, people stared at him like he was some kind of monster. After his meal, Nakata, umbrella in hand, bag slung over his shoulder, made the rounds of the trucks in the parking lot, asking for a ride. "I'm heading west," he explained, "and I wonder if you'd be kind enough to give me a ride." But all the drivers took one look at him and shook their heads. An elderly hitchhiker was pretty unusual, and they were naturally wary of anything out of the ordinary. "Our company doesn't allow us to pick up hitchhikers," they all said. "Sorry." It had taken a long time to make it from Nakano Ward to the entrance to the Tomei highway. He'd never been to out of Nakano before, and had no idea where the highway was. He had a special pass for the city bus line he could else, but he'd never ridden by himself on the subway or the train, where you needed to buy a ticket. It was just before 10 a.m. when he packed a change of clothes, a toilet kit, and some snacks in his bag, carefully put the cash he'd hidden under the tatami in a money belt for safekeeping, and then, the large umbrella in hand, left his apartment. When he asked the city bus driver how could he get down to the highway, the man laughed. "This bus only goes to Shinjuku Station. City buses don't go to the highway. You'll have to take a highway bus." "Where can I get a highway bus that goes to the Tomei highway?" "Tokyo Station," the driver replied. "Take this bus to Shinjuku Station, then take the train to Tokyo Station, where you can buy a reserved seat ticket. The buses there will take you to the Tomei highway." Nakata wasn't at all sure what he meant, but went ahead and took the bus as far as Shinjuku. But when he got there, he was overwhelmed. The massive station was jammed with people, and he had trouble moving through the crowds. There were so many train lines, too, that he couldn't figure out which one went to Tokyo Station. Since he couldn't read the signs, he asked a few passerby, but their explanations were too fast, too complicated, and full of place names he didn't recognize. "I might as well be talking to Kawamura," Nakata thought to himself. There was always a police box to ask directions at, but he was afraid he'd mistake him for a senile old person and take him into custody. Something he'd experienced once before. As he wandered around near the station, the exhaust and noise caught him, and he started to feel sick. Avoiding the crowded sidewalks, he found a small park set between two high-rise buildings and sat down on the bench. Nakata was at a complete loss. He sat there, muttering occasionally, rubbing the top of his close-cropped head. There wasn't a cat to be seen in the park. There were plenty of crows, though, squawking down and rummaging through the trash baskets. Nakata looked up at the sky a few times, and from the sun's position he could guess the approximate time. Because of all the exhausts, perhaps, the sky was covered in a strange color. At noon, office workers from the nearby buildings flooded out to eat lunch in the park. Nakata ate the bean jam buns he'd brought with him, washing them down with hot tea from his thermos. Two young women sat down together on the bench beside his, and he decided to talk to them. "How can I get to the Tomei highway?" he asked. They told him the same thing the city bus driver had said. Take the Chuo line to the Tokyo station, then a Tomei highway bus. Nakata tried that, but it didn't work. Nakata admitted, "I've never been out of Nakano Ward before, so I don't know how to take the train. I just know how to ride the city bus. I can't read, so I can't buy the ticket. I took the city bus here, but don't know how to go any further." "You can't read?" they asked, astonished. He seemed like a harmless enough old man. A nice smile, dressed neatly, carrying an umbrella, on such a fine day like this, was a bit odd, but he didn't appear to be homeless. A pleasant face, especially those bright-looking eyes. "You really mean to say you've never been outside Nakano World?" The girl with black hair asked. "Yes, I've tried not to ever go out of it. If Nakata was lost, there'd nobody who came looking for me." "And you can't read?" said the other girl, the one with dyed brownish hair. "That's right. I can't read at all. I can understand simple numbers, but can't add." I imagine it would be hard for you to take the train." "Yes, it's very hard. I can't buy a ticket. If we had time, we could take you to the station and make sure you get on the right train. But we have to get back to work soon. I'm really sorry." "No need to apologize. I'll figure it out somehow." "I've got it," the girl with black hair exclaimed. "Didn't Togiguchi over the sales say he had to go to Yokohama today?" "Yes. Now that you mention it, he'd help out if we asked him. He's a little on the gloomy side, but not a bad guy, really," the brown-haired girl said. "Since you can't read, maybe it'd be better to hitchhike," the black-haired girl said. "Hitchhike?" "Ask for a ride from somebody. Mostly it ends up being rides with long-haul truckers. Regular cars don't pick up hitchhikers much." Nakata's not sure what long-haul truckers are. "As long as you go there, it'll work out. I hitchhiked once when I was in college. Truck drivers are all nice guys." "How far are you going on the Tomei highway?" the brown-haired girl asked. "Nakata doesn't know," Nakata replied. "You don't know?" "I'll know when I get there, so I'll start out going west on the Tomei highway. After that, I will think about where I'll go. Anyhow, I have to go west." The two girls looked at each other, but Nakata's words were strangely persuasive, and they found themselves feeling kindly toward the old men. They finished their lunches, tossed their empty cans in the trash, and stood up. "Why don't you come with us?" the black-haired girl said. "We'll figure something out." Nakata followed them into the nearby building. He'd never been in such a large building before. The two girls had him sit down on a bench next to the reception desk, then spoke with the receptionist and told Nakata to wait there for a while. They disappeared into one of the elevator banks in the lobby. As Nakata sat there, umbrella and canvas in hand, office workers streamed back inside after their lunch hour. Another scene he'd never laid eyes on before in his life. As if by mutual consent, all these people were well dressed, ties, shiny briefcases, and high heels, everyone rushing off in the same direction. For the life of him, Nakata couldn't understand what so many people like this could possibly be up to. After a time, the two girls were back, accompanied by a gangly young man wearing a white shirt and striped tie. "This is Mr. Togiguchi," the brown-haired girl said. "He's about to drive to Yokohama, and he said he'll take you with him. He'll drop you at the Kohuku parking lot and on the Tomei highway, and hopefully he'll be able to find another ride there. Just go around telling people you want to go west, and then someone gives you a ride. To be sure to buy them a meal when you stop somewhere. Do you follow?" "But you do have enough money for that?" the black-haired one asked. "Yes, I have enough. Mr. Nakata's a friend of ours, so be nice to him," the brown-haired girl said to Togiguchi. "If you'll be nice to me," the young man replied timidly. "One of these days," the black-haired one said. As they were saying goodbye, the girl said, "Here's a little going-away present, for when you get hungry." They handed him some rice balls and a bar of chocolate they'd brought at a convenience store. "I don't know how to thank you enough for all you've done," Nakata said. "I'll be praying that good things happen to you both." "I hope your prayers come true," the brown-haired one said, as her companion giggled. The young man, Togiguchi, had Nakata sit in the passenger seat of a high-ace van, then drove down to Metropolitan Highway and onto the Tomei. The roads were backed up, so the two of them talked a lot about all kinds of things as they inched along. Togiguchi was bashful and didn't say much at first, but after he got used to having Nakata with him, he started talking, to the point where it wound up less a conversation than a running monologue. There were a lot of things he wanted to talk about, and he found it easy to open up to a stranger like Nakata, whom he'd never seen again. He explained that he'd broken up with his fiancée a few months ago. She'd had another boyfriend she'd been secretly seeing all the while. He said he didn't get along well with her bosses at work and was thinking of quitting. His parents had gotten divorced when he was in junior high, and his mother soon got remarried to some sleazeball. He'd lent money from his savings to a friend who didn't give any indication he'd be repaying anytime soon, and the college student who lived in the apartment next door blasted his music so loud he couldn't get much sleep. Nakata listened diligently, chiming in at appropriate points, tossing in an occasional opinion of his own. By the time their cat pulled into the Kohuku parking area, Nakata just knew about everything there was to know about the young man. There was a lot he didn't understand, but he didn't see the big picture of Togiguchi's life. Namely, that there was a poor young man who, while trying to live an upright life, had his share of problems. "Nakata is much obliged to you," he said. "Thank you so very much for the ride." "I enjoyed it. Thank to you, Mr. Nakata. I feel completely relaxed now. I've never talked to anyone like this before, and I'm happy I could tell you everything. I hope I haven't bored you with all my problems." "No, not at all. Nakata's very happy too to be able to talk with you. I'm sure good things are going to happen to you, Mr. Togiguchi." The young man took a telephone card from his wallet and handed it to Nakata. "Please, take this card. My company makes them. Consider it a going-away present. I wish I could give you something better." "Thank you very much," Nakata said and carefully tucked it into his wallet. He had no one to phone and didn't know how to use the card anyway, but he thought it was more polite to accept it. By now, it was 3 p.m. It took another hour to find someone willing to take him as far as Fujigawa. The trucker was a beefy man in his mid-40s, with arms like logs and jutting belly. He was hauling fresh fish in a refrigerated truck. "I hope you don't mind the fish smell," the driver said. "Fish are one of Nakata's favorites," Nakata replied. The driver laughed. "You're a strange one, aren't you?" "People tell me that sometimes." "I happen to like the strange ones," the driver said. "People who look normal and they live a normal life, they're the ones who have to watch out for." "Is that so?" "Believe me, that's how it goes, in my opinion anyway." Nakata doesn't have any opinions, though I do like eel. "Well, that's an opinion." "That you like eel?" "Eel is an opinion." "Sure, saying you like eel is an opinion." Thus, the two of them drove to Fujigawa. The driver said his name was Hagita. "So, Mr. Nakata, what do you think about the way the world's going?" he asked. "I'm very sorry. I'm not bright, so I have no idea at all about that," Nakata said. Having your own opinion and not being very bright are two different things. "But, Mr. Hagita, not being very bright means you can't think about things." "But you did say you like eel." "Yes, eel is one of Nakata's favorites." That's a connection, see? Do you like chicken and egg over rice?" "Yes, that's one of Nakata's favorites too." "Well, there's a connection there too," Hagita said. "You build up relationships like that, one after another, and before you know it, you have meaning. The more connections, the deeper the meaning. Doesn't matter if it's eel or rice balls or grilled fish, whatever. Get it?" "No, I still don't understand. Does food make connections between things?" "Not just food. Streetcars, the emperor, whatever." "But I don't ride streetcars." "That's fine. Look, what I'm getting at is no matter who or what you're dealing with, people build up meaning between themselves and things around them. The important thing is whether it comes about naturally or not. Being bright has nothing to do with it. What sometimes is that you see things with your own eyes." "You are very bright, Mr. Hagita." Hagita let out a loud laugh. "It isn't a question of intelligence. I'm not all that bright. I just have my own way of thinking. That's why people get disgusted with me. They accuse me of always bringing up things that are better left alone. If you try to use your head, you think about things, people don't want to have anything to do with you." Nakata still doesn't understand, but are you saying that there's a link between liking eel and liking chicken and egg over rice? You could put it that way, I suppose. There's always going to be a connection between you, Mr. Nakata, and the things you deal with. just like there's a connection between eel and rice bowls. And as the web of these connections spreads out, a relationship between you, Mr. Nakata, and capitalists and the proletariat naturally develops. What? The proletariat, Mr. Hagita said, taking his hands off the steering wheel and making a wide gesture. To Nakata, they looked like massive baseball gloves. The people who work hard to earn their bread through sweat of their brow. Those are the proletariat. On the other hand, you've got your guys who sit in their duffs, not lifting a finger, giving orders to other people and getting 100 times more salary. Those are your capitalists. I don't know about people who are capitalists. I'm poor and I don't know anybody great like that. The greatest person I know is the governor of Tokyo. Is the governor a capitalist? Yes, I suppose. Governors are more likely to be capitalists. Lapdogs, though. The governor is a dog. Nakata remembered a huge black dog who took him to Johnny Walker's house. And that ominous figure and the governor overlapped his mind. The world's swarming with those kinds of dogs, pawns of the capitalists. Pawns, like paws with an N. Are there any capitalist cats? Nakata asked. Hagita burst out laughing. Boy, you are different, Mr. Nakata. But I like your style. Capitalist cats. That's a good one. A very unique opinion you have here. Mr. Hagita. Yeah. I'm poor and received a subsidy every month from the governor. Was this a wrong thing to do? How much do you get every month? Nakata told him the amount. Hagita shook his head disgustedly. Pretty darn hard to get by on so little. That's not true, because Nakata doesn't use much money. Besides, the subsidy I get money by helping people with their lost cats. No kidding, a professional cat finder, Hagita said, impressed. You're an amazing guy, I have to say. Actually, I'm able to talk with cats, Nakata said, and I understand what they say. That helps me locate the missing ones. Hagita nodded. I wouldn't put it past you. But not long ago, I found out I couldn't talk with cats anymore. I wonder why. Things change every day, Mr. Nakata. With each new day, it's not the same world as the day before. And you're not the same person you were either. You get what I'm saying? Yes. Connections change too. Who's the capitalist? Who's the proletarian? Who's on the right? Who's on the left? The information revolution. Stock options. Floating assets. Occupational restructuring. Multinational corporations. What's good? What's bad? Boundaries between things are disappearing all the time. Maybe that's why you can't speak to cats anymore. The difference between right and left, Nakata understands. This is right and this is left, correct? You got it. Hagita agreed. That's all you need to know. The last thing they did together was have a meal in the rest area restaurant. Hagita ordered 2 orders of eel and Nakata insisted on paying, to thank him for the ride. The driver shook his head emphatically. No way, he said. I'd never let you use the pittance they give you for a subsidy to feed me. Much obliged, and thank you for such a treat, Nakata said, happy to accept his kindness. Nakata spent an hour at the Fujigawa rest area asking drivers for a ride, but couldn't find anyone willing to take him. He didn't start to panic, though, or get depressed. In his mind, time passed very slowly, or barely at all. He went outside for some air and wandered around. The sky was cloudless, the surface of the moon clearly visible. Nakata strolled around the parking lot, which was filled with countless huge trucks, like giant beasts lined up shoulder to shoulder, resting. Some of the trucks had at least 20 giant tires, each one as tall as a man. So many trucks, all racing down the highway so late at night. What could they possibly be carrying inside? Nakata couldn't imagine. If he could read the writing on the sides of the trucks, he wondered, will he be able to figure it out? After about an hour, he spotted 10 or so motorcycles parked in the corner of the lot, where there weren't many cars. A clump of young men stood nearby in a circle, looking at something and yelling. Intrigued, Nakata approached them. Maybe they had discovered something unusual. When he got closer, he saw they had surrounded someone lying on the ground and were punching, kicking, and generally trying their best to hurt him. Most of the men were unarmed, though. One of them had a chain in his hand. Another held a black stick that looked more like a policeman's baton. They were unbuttoned short-sleeved shirts, some in t-shirts, others in running shirts, most of them with their dyed blonde or brown hair, some with tattoos on their arms. The young man they were beating was kicking and was dressed much the same. As Nakata approached, tapping the asphalt surface with the tip of his umbrella, a couple of men turned around and glared at him. They relaxed when they saw it was just some harmless old man. "Why don't you beat it, Pops?" one of them growled. Unperturbed, Nakata walked over even closer. The man on the ground seemed to be bleeding from his mouth. "Blood is coming out," Nakata said. "He might die." Caught off guard, the man didn't react right away. "Maybe we should kill you too while you're at it," the one with the chain said. "Killing one or two, no skin off my nose." "You can't kill someone for no reason," Nakata insisted. "You can't kill someone for no reason," one of them mimicked, and his friends laughed. "We got our reasons, pal," another man said. "And it ain't got nothing to do with you whether we kill him or not. You take your worthless umbrella and hit the road before it starts raining." The men on the ground started crawling forward, and a young man with a shaved head came over and kicked him hard in the ribs with his work boots. Nakata closed his eyes. He couldn't feel something welling up inside him, beyond his control. He felt slightly nauseous. The memory of stopping Johnny Walker suddenly came back to him. His hand still remembered what it felt like to plunge a knife into a man's chest. Connections. Could this be one of those connections that Mr. Hagita was talking about? Eel equals knife equals Johnny Walker. The men's voices sounded disturbed, and he couldn't tell them apart anymore. Their voices blended together with the ceaseless drone of tires from the highway to make a strange tone. His heart surged blood to his extremities as night enveloped him. Nakata looked up at the sky, then slowly opened his umbrella and held it over him. Very carefully, he took a few steps backward, opening a space between himself and the gang. He looked around, then took a few steps back. The young men laughed when they saw this. "Hey, look at the cool older guy," one of them said. "He's actually using his umbrella." But they didn't laugh for long. Suddenly, unfamiliar greasy objects began to rain down from the sky, striking the ground at their feet with a weird slap. The young men stopped kicking their prey and looked up at the sky. There weren't any clouds, but things were definitely falling one after another from the spot in the sky. At first, in dribs and dabs, then gradually more and more fell, until before they knew it, they were caught in a downpour. The objects belting down from the sky were little black lumps, about 1.5 inches long. In the lights of the parking lot, it looked like slick black snow falling on the men's shoulders, arms and necks and sticking there. They desperately tried to yank the objects off, but couldn't. "Leeches!" someone yelled. As if given a signal, the men all shouted and raced across the parking lot to the restrooms. One of them, a young blond man, was knocked to the ground by a car he'd run in front of. He jumped up, slammed his fist on the hood of the car, then loudly cursed the driver. That was all, though, and he soon limped away toward the restrooms. The leeches rained down hard for a time, then tapered off and stopped. Nakata folded up his umbrella, brushed off the leeches, and went over to see how the injured man was doing. A mound of the slimy creatures squirmed all around, so he couldn't get very close, and the man on the ground was buried in them. Looking closely, Nakata could see that he was bleeding out cut eyelids, and some of his teeth looked broken. Nakata knew this was too much for him to handle by himself, and hurried back to the restaurant and told one of the employees that a man was lying in the parking lot, hurt. "You'd better call the police, or else he might die," he said. Not long after this, Nakata found a truck driver willing to give him a ride, as far as Kobe. A sleepy-looking man in his mid-20s, not very tall, with a ponytail, a pierced ear, and a Chunichi Dragons baseball team cap. Then he sat there in the restaurant, smoking and flipping through a comic book. A gaudy aloha shirt, oversized Nikes completed his wardrobe. He tapped his cigarette ashes into the leftover broth in his bowl of ramen, stared at Nakata, then gave a reluctant nod. "Yeah, okay, you can ride with me. You kind of remind me of my grandpa, the way you look, or maybe how you talk. Kind of the point. At the end, my grandpa got senile and died a few years ago." He went on to explain how they should get to Kobe by morning. He was delivering furniture to a department store wardrobe there, and he pulled his truck out of the parking lot. They passed a car accident. A couple of patrol cars were already at the scene, red lights flashing, and the policeman with a signal light was directing traffic. It didn't appear to be much of an accident. A few cars had collided. The side of a minivan was dented, a car's taillight broken. The truck driver stuck his head out the window and exchanged a few words with a patrolman, then rolled up his window. He said a pile of leeches fell from the sky, he said, unmoved. They got crushed by cars. The road got all slippery, and some drivers lost control. So go slow and take it easy, he told me. On top of that, some local gang bikers beat up somebody. Leeches and bikers. What a weird combination. Keeps the cops busy at least. He drove carefully toward the exit. Even going slow, the truck slipped a couple of times, and the driver straightened it out with a subtle twist of the wheel. Man, it really looks like a whole bunch fell down, and it's damn slippery. But boy, leeches, that's pretty gross. Ever had a leech stick to you? No, as far as Nakata can remember, I don't think so, Nakata responded. I was brought up in the mountains of Gifu, and it happened to me lots of times. I'd be walking in the woods, and they'd fall down from the trees, go wading in the streams, and they'd stick to your legs. I know a thing or two about leeches, believe me. Once they get stuck on you, they're hard to pull off. If you pull off a big sucker, your skin comes off and you'll have a scar. So the best thing to do is to burn them off. Awful things. The way they suck your blood. And once they're filled up, they can get all soft and mushy. Pretty gross, huh? Yes, it certainly is, Nakata agreed. But leeches aren't supposed to fall down from the sky into some rest area parking lot. I never heard of anything so stupid. The guys around here don't know the first thing about leeches. Leeches don't fall from the sky now, do they? Nakata was silent and did not respond. A few years back, a huge number of millipedis appeared all at once in Yamanashi Prefecture, and cars were slipping everywhere. Just like this, the road got all slippery and there were lots of accidents. They got all over the tracks and the trains couldn't run either. But even millipedis aren't going to rain down from the sky. They crawl out of somewhere. Anybody can see that. A long time ago, I lived in Yamanashi during the war. No kidding, the driver said. Which war was that? Chapter 21. Sculptor Koichi Tamura stabbed to death. Found in study, floor a sea of blood. The world-renowned sculptor Koichi Tamura was found dead on the afternoon of the 30th in the study in his home in Nakata, Nakano Ward. The body was discovered by a female housekeeper. Mr. Tamura was found face down, nude, covered in blood. There were signs of a struggle, and the death is being treated as a homicide. The weapon used was a knife from the kitchen discovered beside his body. The police estimate the time of death as evening of the 28th. And since Mr. Tamura lived alone, the body was only discovered 2 days later. Mr. Tamura suffered several deep stab wounds to the chest from the sharp steak knife, and it is believed he died almost instantly from massive loss of blood from injuries to his heart and lungs. Several ribs were also broken, from what appears to be a massive blunt force. The police have not announced having found any fingerprints or anything left behind at the scene. It also appears that there were no witnesses to the crime. Since the house was undisturbed and valuables and the wallet near the scene were not taken, police view the crime as a personal vendetta. Mr. Tamura's home is in a quiet residential neighborhood, but no one heard anything at the time of the murder. The neighbors were shocked at the news. Mr. Tamura had little to do with the neighbors and lived quietly, and no one noticed anything out of the ordinary around the time of the incident. Mr. Tamura lived with his son, 15, but according to the housekeeper, the son hasn't been seen in some 10 days. The son has also been absent from his junior high school, and police are tracing his whereabouts. In addition to his residence, Mr. Tamura had an office and studio in Masashino City, and according to his secretary, until the day before the murder, he was working on a new piece of sculpture as usual. On the day of the incident, there was a matter she had to contact him about, but every time she phoned his residence, she got his message machine. Mr. Tamura was born in Kobunji, Tokyo. He entered the depth of sculpture at Tokyo Arts Institute, and while still a student completed many innovative pieces that became the talk of the art world. His chief theme was the human subconscious, and his sculptures, which were in a unique style that challenged the conventional, were internationally acclaimed. His best-known work was his major Labyrinth series, which explored through an uninhibited expression of the imagination, the beauty and inspiration found in the meandering contours of labyrinths. He was at present a visiting professor at an art institute, and 2 years ago, at an exhibition of his art at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. I stopped reading at this point. There's a photo of our front gate and one of my father in younger days, and they gave the newspaper an ominous feeling. I found it twice and put it on top of the table. Still, sitting on the bed, I don't say anything. Just press my fingertips against my eyes. A dull sound, at a constant frequency, pounds in my ears. I try shaking my head to get rid of it, but it won't go away. I'm in my room in the library. It's 7 p.m. Oshima and I have just shut the place up for the night. And a while ago, Miss Saiki drove off in her Volkswagen Golf. It's just me and Oshima in the library now. And that irritating pounding in my ears. This paper's from 2 days ago. The article came out while you were in the mountains. When I saw it, I thought, maybe this Koichi Tamura may be your father. A lot of the details fit. I should have shown it to you yesterday, but I wanted to wait until you got settled in. I nod, still pressing my eyes. Oshima doesn't say anything anymore. I didn't kill him, you know. I know that, Oshima says. On the way of the murder, you were here at the library, reading until evening. You wouldn't have had enough time to get back to Tokyo, murder your father, and then get back to Takamatsu. It's impossible. But I wasn't so sure. I did the math and figured out he was murdered the same night I woke up with my shirt covered in blood. But the paper does say the police are trying to locate you as an important witness. I nod. If you go to the police and prove to them you have a film alibi, I'd make things a lot easier than trying to run around avoiding them. Of course, I'll back you up. But if I do that, they'll take me back to Tokyo. I would think so. I mean, you still have to finish junior high. That's the law. You can't just go anywhere you want at your age. The law says you still need a guardian. I shake my head. I don't want to explain anything to anybody, and I don't want to go back to home in Tokyo, or back to school. Quiet for a time, Oshima looks at me intently. That's something you'll have to decide for yourself, he finally says in a calm voice. I think you have a right to live however you want, whether you're 15 or 51. What does it matter? But unfortunately, society doesn't agree. So let's say you don't explain anything to anybody. You'll be constantly on the run from the police and society. Your life will be pretty harsh. You're only 15, with your whole life ahead of you. You're okay with that? I don't say anything. Oshima picks up the paper and scans the article again. According to this, your father's only relative is you. I have a mother and an older sister, I explain, but they left a long time ago, and I don't know where they are. Even if I did, I seriously doubt they'd come to the funeral. Well, if you're not here, I wonder who's going to take care of everything. The funeral, his business affairs. Like it said in the paper, he had a secretary at his office who's in charge of everything. She knows about his business, so I'm sure she can handle it. I don't want anything to do with him, anything of his handed down to me. The house, his estate, whatever, they can get rid of it however they want. The only thing he's handed down to me, I think, are my genes. Correct me if I'm wrong, Oshima says, but you don't seem too sad your father was murdered. No, I do feel sad. He's my father after all. But what I really regret is that he didn't die sooner. I know that's a terrible thing to say. Oshima shakes his head. No problem. Now more than ever you have the right to be honest. Well, I think... My voice seems weak, lacking in authority, unsure of where they're headed. My words are sucked into the void. Oshima comes over and sits down next to me. All kinds of things are happening to me, I begin. Some I choose, some I didn't. I don't know how to tell one from the other anymore. What I mean is, it feels like everything has been decided in advance. That I'm not following a path somebody else has already mapped out for me. It doesn't matter how much I think things over, how much effort I put into it. In fact, the harder I try, the more I lose the sense of who I am. It's like my identity is an orbit that I've stayed far away from, and that really hurts. But more than that, it scares me. Just thinking about it makes me flinch. Oshima reaches out to touch my shoulder. I can feel the warmth of his hand. For the sake of argument, let's say all your choices and all your effort are destined to be a waste. You're still very much yourself and nobody else, and you're forging ahead as yourself to relax. I raise my head and look at him. He sounds so convincing. Why do you think that? Because there's irony involved. Irony? Oshima gazes deep into my eyes. Listen, Kafka. What you're experiencing now is the motive of many Greek tragedies. Man doesn't choose fate. Fate chooses man. That's the basic worldview of Greek drama. And the sense of tragedy, according to Aristotle, comes, ironically enough, not from the protagonistic's weak points, but from his good qualities. Do you know what I'm getting at? People are drawn deeper into tragedy not by their defects, but by their virtues. Sophocles, Oedipus Rex, being a great example. Oedipus is drawn into tragedy not because of laziness or stupidity, but because of his courage and honesty. So, inevitable irony results. But it's a hopeless situation. That depends, Oshima says. Sometimes it is, but irony deepens a person, helps them mature. It's the entrance to salvation of a higher plane, to a place where you can find a more universal kind of hope. That's why people enjoy reading Greek tragedies even now, why they're consistent, prototypical classics. I'm repeating myself, but everything in life is a metaphor. People don't usually kill their father and sleep with their mother, right? In other words, we accept irony through a device called a metaphor. And through that, we grow and become deeper human beings. I don't say anything. I'm too involved in thinking about my own situation. How many people know you're in Takamatsu? Oshima asks. I shake my head. Coming here was my own idea, so I don't think anybody else knows. Then you'd better lay low in the library for a while. Don't go out to work at a reception desk. I don't think the police will be able to track you down, but if things get sticky, you can always hide out in the cabin. I look at Oshima. If I hadn't met you, I don't think I would have made it. There's nobody else who can help me. Oshima smiles. He takes his hand away from my shoulder and stares at his hand. That's not true. If you hadn't met me, I'm sure you would have found another path to take. I don't know why, but I'm certain of it. I think I just get that feeling about you." He stands up and brings over another newspaper from the desk. "By the way, this article was in the newspaper the day before, the other one. I remember it because it was so unusual. Maybe it's just coincidence, but it took place near your house. Fish rain from the sky. 2,000 sardines and mackerel in Nakata Ward shopping district at around 6 p.m. on the evening of 29th. Residents of the Com district of Nakata Ward were startled when the 2,000 sardines and mackerel rained down from the sky. 2 housewives shopping in the neighborhood market received slight facial injuries when struck by the falling fish, but no other injuries were reported. At the time of the incident, it was sunny, with no clouds or wind. Many of the fish were still alive and jumped out on the pavement." I finished reading the article and passed the paper back to Oshima. The reporter speculated about several possible causes of the incident, though none of them were really convincing. The police are investigating the possibility it involved theft and someone playing a kind of practical joke. The weather service reported that there weren't any atmospheric conditions present that might have led to fish raining from the sky. And from the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries spokesman, still no comment. "Do you have any idea why this happened?" Oshima asks me. I shake my head. I don't have a clue. "The day after your father was murdered, close to where it happened, 2,000 sardines and mackerel fall from the sky. Just coincidence?" I suppose so. The newspaper also says that at the Fujigawa rest area on the Tomei Highway, late at night, on the very same day, a mass of leeches fell down from the sky, in one small spot. Several fender benders resulted, they say. Apparently, the leeches were quite large. No one can explain why leeches would rain from the sky. It was a clear night, not a cloud in the sky. No idea why this happened either. Again, I shake my head. Oshima folds up the newspaper and says, "Which leaves us with the fact that strange, inexplicable events are happening one after another. Maybe it's just a series of coincidences, but it still bothers me. There's something about it I can't shake. Maybe it's a metaphor, I venture. Maybe. But sardines and mackerel and leeches raining down from the sky. What kind of metaphor is that?" In the silence, I try putting into words something I haven't been able to say for a long time. "You know something? A few years back, my father had a prophecy about me. A prophecy. I've never told anybody this before. I figured nobody'd believe me." Oshima doesn't say a word. His silence, though, encourages me. "More like a curse than a prophecy, I guess. My father told me this over and over, like he was chiseling each word into my brain. I take a deep breath and check once more what is it I have to say. Not that I really need to check it. It's always there, banging about in my head, whether I examine it or not. But I have to weigh the words one more time. And this is what I say. Someday you will murder your father and be with your mother, he said. Once I've spoken this, put this thought into concrete words, a hollow feeling grabs hold of me. And inside that hollow, my heart pounds out a vacant, metallic rhythm. Expression unchanged, Oshima gazes at me for a long time. So, he said that someday you will kill your father with your own hands, that you would sleep with your mother. I nod a few more times. The same prophecy made about Oedipus. Though, of course, you knew that. I nod. But that's not all. There's an extra ingredient he threw into the mix. I have a sister 6 years older than me, and my father said I would sleep with her too." "Your father actually said this to you?" "Yeah. I was still in elementary school then, and didn't know what he meant by be with. It was only a few years later that I caught on." Oshima doesn't say anything. "My father told me there was nothing I could do to escape this fate. That prophecy is like a timing device buried inside my genes, and nothing can ever change it. I will kill my father and be with my mother and sister." Oshima stays silent for quite some time, like he's inspecting each word I'd spoken, one by one, examining them for clues to what this is all about. "Why in the world would your father tell you such an awful thing?" he finally asks. "I have no idea. He didn't explain it beyond that," I say, shaking my head. "Maybe he wanted revenge on his wife and daughter who left him. Wanted to punish them, perhaps, through me. Even if it meant hurting you." I nod. To my father, I'm probably nothing more than one of his sculptures. Something he could make or break as he sees fit. "That's a pretty twisted way of thinking," Oshima says. "In your home, everything was twisted. And when everything's twisted, that's normal. Ends up looking weird too. I've known this for a long time, but I was a child. Where else could I go?" "I've seen your father's works a number of times," Oshima replies. "He's a wonderful sculptor. His pieces are original, provocative, powerful. Uncompromising is how I'd put it. Most definitely a real thing." "Maybe so, but the dregs left over from creating these he spread everywhere, like a poison you can't escape. My father polluted everything he touched, damaged everyone around him. I don't know if he did it because he wanted to. Maybe he was too. Maybe it's just a part of his makeup. Anyhow, I get the feeling he was connected to something very unusual. Do you have any idea what I mean?" "Yeah, I think so," Oshima says. "Something beyond good and evil. The source of power, you might call it. And half my genes are made up of that. Maybe that's why my mother abandoned me. Maybe she wanted to cut herself off from me because I was born from this terrible source, since I was polluted." Oshima lightly presses his fingertips against his temples, and he mulls his over. He narrows his eyes and stares at me. "Is there any chance he's not your biological father?" I shake my head. "A few years ago, we got tested at the hospital. The two of us had a DNA check done on our blood. No doubt about it. Biologically, we're father and son, 100%. They showed me the results of the tests." Very cautious of him. I guess he wanted me to know I was the one of his works he'd created. Something he'd finished and signed. Oshima's fingers stay pressed into his temples. "But your father's prophecy didn't come true, did it? You didn't murder him. You were here in Takamatsu when it happened. Somebody else killed him in Tokyo." Silently, I spread my hands out in front of me and stare at them. Those hands that, in the darkness of night, had been covered with blood. "I'm not so sure of that," I tell him. And I proceeded to tell him everything, about how that night, on my way back to the hotel, I had lost consciousness for a few hours, about waking up in the woods behind the shrine, my shirt sticky with somebody's blood, about washing the blood off in the restroom, about how several hours had been erased from my memory. To save the time, I don't go into how I stayed overnight at Sakura's. Oshima asks the occasional question, and flies away the details in his head. But he doesn't voice any opinions. I have no idea how the blood got all over me, or whose blood it could be. It's a complete blank, I tell him. But maybe I did kill my father with my own hands, not metaphorically. I really get the feeling that I did. Like you said, I was in Takamatsu that day. I definitely didn't go to Tokyo. But in dreams begin responsibilities, right? Oshima nods. Yeets. So maybe I murdered him through a dream, I say. Maybe I went through some special dream circuit or something and killed him. To you, that might feel like the truth, but nobody's going to grill you about your poetic responsibilities. Certainly not the police. Nobody can be in two places at once. It's a scientific fact, Einstein and all that. And the law accepts the principle. But I'm not talking about science or law here. What you're talking about, Kafka, Oshima says, is just a theory, a bold surrealistic theory, to be sure, but one that belongs in a science fiction novel. Of course, it's just a theory, I know that. I don't think anybody else is going to believe such a stupid thing. But my father says, always used to say, that without counter-evidence to refute a theory, science would never progress. A theory is a battlefield in your head. That was his pet phrase. And right now, I can't think of any evidence to counter my hypothesis. Oshima is silent, and I can't think of anything else to say. Anyway, Oshima finally says, that's why you ran away from Shikoku. To escape your father's curse. I nod, and point at the folded up newspaper. But it looks like there's no escape. Distance won't solve anything, the boy named Crow says. Well, you definitely need a hiding place, Oshima says. Beyond that, there's not much I can say. I suddenly realize how exhausted I am. I lean against Oshima, and he wraps his arms around me. I push my face up against his flat chest. Oshima, I don't want to do those things. I don't want to kill my father, or be with my mother or sister. Of course you don't, he replies, running his fingers through my short hair. How could you? Not even in dreams. Or in a metaphor, Oshima says. Or in an allegory, or an analogy. He pauses, and then says, if you don't mind, I'll stay with you here tonight. I can sleep on the chair. But I turn him down. I think it's better off alone for a while, I tell him. Oshima brushes the strands of hair from his forehead. After hesitating a bit, he says, I know I'm a hopeless, damaged homosexual woman. And if that's what's bothering you. No, I say, that's not it at all. I just need some time alone to think. Too many things have happened all at once, that's all. Oshima writes down a phone number on a memo pad. In the middle of the night, if you feel like talking to anybody, call this number. Don't hesitate, okay? I'm a light sleeper anyway. I thank him. That's the night I see a ghost. Chapter 22. The truck Nakata was riding in arrived in Kobe just after 5 in the morning. It was light out, but the warehouse was still closed and their freight couldn't be unloaded. They parked the truck in the broad street near the harbor and took a nap. The young driver stretched out on the back of his seat, his unusual spot for napping, and was soon snoring away contentedly. His snore sometimes woke Nakata up, but each time he quickly dropped back into the comfortable sleep. Insomnia was one phenomenon Nakata had never experienced. A little before 8, the young driver sat up and gave a big yawn. Hey, Gramps, "Ya hungry?" he asked. He was busy shaving with an electric razor, using the rearview mirror. Now that you mention it, yes, Nakata does feel a little hungry. Yes, let's go grab some breakfast. From the time they left Fujigawa to their arrival in Kobe, Nakata had spent most of the time sleeping. The young driver barely said a word the whole time, just drove on, listening to the late-night radio show. Occasionally, he'd sing along to the song, none of which Nakata had ever heard before. He wondered if they were even in Japanese, since he could barely understand any of the lyrics. Just the occasional word. From his bag, he took out a chocolate and rice balls he'd gotten from the 2 young office girls in Shinjuku, and shared them. The driver had chain-smoked, saying it helped him awake. So Nakata's clothes were reeking of smoke by the time they arrived in Kobe. Bag and umbrella in hand, Nakata clambered down from the truck. "You better leave that stuff in the truck," the driver said. "We're not going far, and we'll come back after we eat." Yes, you're quite right, but Nakata feels better having them. The young man frowned. "Whatever. It's not like I'm lugging them around. It's up to you." "Much obliged. My name's Hoshino, by the way, spelled the same as a former manager of the Chunichi Dragons. We're not related, though." "Mr. Hoshino, is it? Very glad to meet you. My name is Nakata." "Come on, I knew that already," Hoshino said. He knew the neighborhood and strode off down the street, Nakata almost having a trot to keep up. They wound up in a small diner down a back street, seated among their truck drivers and stevedores from the docks. Not a single necktie in sight. All of them were intently shoveling in their breakfasts like they were filling up a gas tank. The place was filled with a clatter of dishes, the waitresses yelling out orders, the morning NHK news on the TV buzzing in the corner. Hoshino pointed to the menu taped to the wall. "Just order whatever you want, Gramps. The food's cheap here and pretty good." "All right," Nakata said, and did as he was told, staring at the menu until he remembered he couldn't read. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hoshino, but I'm not very bright. I can't read." "Is that right?" Hoshino said, amazed. "Can't read? That's pretty rare these days. But that's okay. I'm having the grilled fish and omelette. Why don't you just get the same?" "That sounds good. Grilled fish and omelettes are some of Nakata's favorites." "Glad to hear it. I enjoy eel a lot, too." "Yeah, I like eel myself, but eel's not something you have in the morning, is it?" "That's right, and Nakata had eel last night when Mr. Hagita bought some for me." "Glad to hear it," Hoshino said again. "2 orders of the grilled fish set plus omelettes," he yelled out to the waitress, "and plus size 1 of the rices, okay?" 2 grilled fish sets plus omelettes, 1 rice supersize. The waitress called loudly to the cook. "Isn't it kind of a pain not being able to read?" Hoshino asked. "Yes, sometimes I have trouble because I can't read. As long as I stay in Nakano Ward in Tokyo, it's not so bad, but if I go somewhere else, like now, it's very hard for me." "I guess so. Kobe's pretty far from Nakano." Nakata doesn't know north and south. "All I know is left and right, so I get lots and can't buy tickets either." "Incredible, you were able to get this far." "Many people have kind were kind enough to help me. You're one of them, Mr. Hoshino. I don't know how to thank you. That must be tough, though, not being able to read. My granddad was pretty senile, but he could still read very well enough. I'm especially dumb. Is everybody in your family like that? No, they aren't. My older brother is a department head at the place called Itochu, and my younger brother works at the office called METE. Wow, Hoshino said. Pretty lit branch. So you're the only one who's a bit off, huh? Yes, Nakata is the only one who had an accident and isn't bright. That's why I'm always being told not to go out too much and cause any trouble for my brothers, nieces and nephews. Yeah, I guess most of people would find it kind of awkward to have someone like you show up. I don't understand difficult things, but I know that as long as I stay in Nakano Ward, I don't get lost. The governor helped me out, and I got along well with cats. Once a month, I got my hair cut, and every once in a while I'd eat eel. But after Johnny Walker, Nakata couldn't stay in Nakano Ward anymore. Johnny Walker. That's right. He has boots and a tall black hat, and a vest and walking stick. He collects cats to get their souls. You don't say, Hoshino said. I don't have much patience with long stories, so anyway, something happened and you left Nakano Ward, right? That's right, I left Nakano. So, where are you headed? Nakata doesn't know yet, but after we got here, I knew I had to go across the bridge. A big bridge near here. Ah, so you're going to Shikoku. I'm very sorry, Mr. Oshino, but I don't know geography very well. If you go over the bridge, are you in Shikoku? Yeah. If you're talking about a big bridge around here, that's the one to Shikoku. There are 3 of them, actually. One goes from Kobe to Awaji Island, then on Tokushima. Another goes from below Karushiki over to Sakaide. And one connects Onomichi and Imabari. One bridge would have been plenty, but politicians stuck their noses into it and they wound up with 3. Typical pork barrel projects. Hoshino poured out some water onto the resin tabletop and drew an abbreviated map of Japan with his finger, indicating the 3 bridges connecting Honshu and Shikoku. And these bridges are really big? Nakata asked. They are huge. Is that right? Anyway, Nakata's going across one of them, probably whichever one is closest. I'll figure out what to do after that later on. So what you're saying is you don't have any friends or anybody where you're headed? No, Nakata doesn't know anybody there. You're just going to cross the bridge to Shikoku and then go somewhere else. That's right. And you don't know where that somewhere is. I have no idea, but I think I'll know it when I get there. Jeez, Hoshino said. He brushed back his hair, gave his ponytail a tug, and put on some Chunichi dragon's cap. Their food was served, and they started eating. Pretty good omelette, huh? Hoshino asked. Yes, it's very good. It tastes different from the omelettes I always eat in Nakano. That's 'cause it's Kansai style. Not all like those tasteless flat things that pass as omelettes in Tokyo. The 2 of them were silently enjoying their meals. The omelettes, salt-grilled mackerel, miso soup with shellfish, pickled turnips, seasoned spinach seaweed, They didn't leave a grain of rice. Nakata made sure to chew each bite 32 times. So it took quite a while for him to finish. Get enough, Mr. Nakata? Yes, plenty. How about you, Mr. Hoshino? Even me. I'm stuffed. Perks up the old spirits, doesn't it? To have such a great breakfast. Yes, it certainly does. How about it? Gotta take a dump? Now that you mention it, I do feel like it. Go right ahead, toilet's over there. What about you, Mr. Hoshino? I'll go later on. Take my time about it. Thank you. Nakata will take a dump then. Hey, not so loud. People are still eating here. I am sorry. Nakata is not very bright. Never mind. Just go. Do you mind if I brush my teeth too? No, go ahead. We got time. Do whatever you want. Tell you what, I don't think you'll be needing that umbrella. You're just going to the toilet, right? All right, I'll leave the umbrella. When Nakata came back from the toilet, Hoshino had already paid their bill. Mr. Hoshino, I have money with me, so please let me at least pay for breakfast. Hoshino shook his head. It's okay. I owe my grandpa big time. Back then I was a kid of wild. I see, but I'm not your grandfather. That's my problem, so don't worry about it. No argument, okay? Just let me treat you. After a moment's thought, Nakata decided to accept the young man's generosity. Thank you so much then. It was a wonderful meal. Hey, it's just some mackerel and omelets. A nothing little dinner. No need to bow like that. But, you know, Mr. Hoshino, ever since Nakata left Nakano Ward, everyone's been so nice to me, I haven't had to use hardly any money at all. Sweet, Hoshino said, impressed. Nakata had a waitress fill his little thermos with hot tea. Then he carefully replaced it in his bag. Walking back to where the truck was parked, Hoshino said, So, about this going to Shikoku thing? Yes, Nakata replied. Why do you want to go there? I don't know. You don't know why you're going or even where you're going, but you're still got to go to Shikoku. That's right, Nakata's going across a big bridge. Things will be clearer once you're on the other side. I think so. I won't know anything until I cross the bridge. Hoshino said. So crossing the bridge is very important. Yes, that's more important than anything. Man alive, Hoshino said, scratching his head. The young man had to drive his truck over to the warehouse to deliver his load of furniture. So he told Nakata to wait for him at a small park near the harbor. Don't move from here, okay? Hoshino cautioned him. There's a restroom over there and a water fountain. You got everything you need. If you wander off somewhere, you might not find your way back. I understand. I'm not in Nakata Ward anymore. Exactly. This isn't Nakano. So sit tight and I'll be back real soon. Alright, I'll stay right here. Good. I'll be back as soon as I finish my delivery. Nakata did as he was told, not moving from a bench, not even to see the restroom. He didn't find staying put in one place for a long time very hard. Sitting still, in fact, was his specialty. He could see the sea from where he sat. This he hadn't seen for a long time. Long time. When he was little, he had his family had gone to a seaside any number of times. He'd put on trunks, splash around on the shore, gather seashells at low tide, but these memories weren't clear. It was like this had taken place in another world. Since then, he couldn't recall seeing the sea even once. After the strange incident in the hills of Yamanashi, Nakata went back to school in Tokyo. He'd regained consciousness and physically was fine, but his memory had been wiped clean, and he never regained the ability to read and write. He couldn't read his school textbooks and couldn't take any tests. All the knowledge he'd gained up until then had vanished, as had the ability, to a great extent, to think in abstract terms. Still, they let him graduate. He couldn't follow what was being taught, and instead sat quietly in the corner of the classroom. When the teacher told him to do something, he followed her instructions to the letter. He didn't bother anyone, so teachers tended to forget he was even there. He was more like a guest sitting in that than a burden. People soon forgot that until the accident he'd always gotten straight A's. But now the school activities and events took place without him. He didn't make any friends. None of this bothered him, though. Being left alone meant he could be lost in his own little world. What absorbed him the most at school was taking care of the rabbits and goats they raised there, tending the flower beds outside, cleaning the classrooms. A constant smile on his face, he never tired of these chores. He was essentially forgotten about at home, too. Once they learned that their eldest son couldn't read anymore or follow along with his lessons, Nakata's parents totally focused on their children's education, ignored him, and turned their attention to his younger brothers. It wasn't possible for Nakata to go on to public junior high, so once he graduated from elementary school, he was sent to live with her relatives in Nagano Prefecture, in his mother's hometown. There, he attended agriculture school. Since he still couldn't read and had a hard time with his schoolwork, but he loved working in the fields. He might even have become a farmer if his classmates hadn't tormented him so much. They enjoyed beating him up, this outsider, this city kid, so much. His injuries became so severe, one cauliflower ear included, that his grandparents brought him out from school and kept him at home to help out around the house. Nakata was a quiet, obedient child, and his grandparents loved him very much. It was about this time that he discovered he could speak with cats. His grandparents and a few cats around the house, and Nakata became good friends with them. At first, he was able to speak only a few words, but he knuckled them down like he was trying to master a foreign language. And because before long, he was able to carry on an extended conversation. Whenever he was free, he liked to sit on the porch and talk with the cats. For their part, the cats taught him a lot about nature and the world around him. Actually, almost all the basic knowledge he had about the world and how it worked, he learned from his feline friends. At 15, he was sent to a nearby furniture company to learn woodworking. It was less a factory than a small woodworking shop making Folcraft-type furniture. Chairs, tables, and chests made there were shipped to Tokyo. Nakata grew to love woodworking. His boss took a great liking to him, for he was skilled with his hands, never skipped any small details, didn't talk much, and never ever complained. Reading a blueprint and adding figures weren't his forte, but aside from these tasks, he did well at everything he set his hand to. Once he got to the manufacturing steps, in his mind he could repeat them endlessly, tirelessly. After the 2-year apprenticeship, he was given full-time employment. Nakata worked there until he was past 50, never once having an accident or calling in sick. He didn't drink or smoke, didn't stay up late or overeat. he never watched TV and listened to the radio only for the morning exercise program. Day after day, he just made furniture. His grandparents eventually passed away, as did his parents. Everybody liked him, though he didn't make any close friends. Perhaps that was only to be expected. When most people tried talking to Nakata, 10 minutes was all it took for them to run out of things to say. Still, he never felt lonely and unhappy. He never felt sexual desire or even wanted to be with anyone. He understood he was different from other people, though. No one else noticed this. He thought his shadow on the ground was paler, lighter than that of other people. The only ones who really understood him were the cats. On days off, he'd sit on the park bench and spend the whole day chatting with them. Strangely enough, with cats, he never ran out of things to talk about. The owner of the furniture company passed away when Nakata was 52, and the woodworking shop was closed soon afterward. That kind of gloomy, dark, traditional furniture didn't sell as well as it used to. The craftsmen were all getting in on years, and no young people were interested in learning the trade. The shop itself, originally in the middle of the field, was now surrounded by newly built homes, and complaints started to come in about both the noise and smoke when they burned wood shavings. The owner's son, who'd worked in town for an accounting firm, had no interest in taking over the business. As soon as his father passed away, he sold the property to a real estate developer. For his part, the developer tore down the shop, had the land graded, and sold it to an apartment complex developer who constructed a 6-story condominium on the property. Every single apartment in the condo sold out on the first day they were put on sale. That's how Nakata lost his job. The company had some outstanding loans to pay off, so he received only a pittance as retirement pay. Afterward, he couldn't find another job. Who was going to hire an illiterate man in his 50s whose only skill was crafting antique furniture nobody wanted anymore? Nakata had worked steadily for 37 years at the plant without taking a single day of leave, so he did have a fair amount of money in his savings account at a local post office. He generally spent very little on himself, so even without finding another job, he should have been able to have a comfortable old age on his savings. Since he couldn't read or write, a cousin of his who worked at City Hall managed his account for him. Though kind enough, this cousin wasn't so quick on the uptake and was tricked into investing in a condominium at the ski resort by an unscrupulous real estate broker and ended up deeply in debt. Around the same time that Nakata lost his job, this cousin disappeared with his entire family to escape his creditors. Some Yakuza-type loan sharks were after him apparently. Nobody knew where this family was, or even if they were still alive. When Nakata had an acquaintance go with him to the post office to check on the balance on his account, he found out that only a few $100s were left. His retirement pay, which had been deposited directly into their account, had been vanished. One could only say that Nakata was extremely unlucky, losing his job and finding himself penniless. His relatives were sympathetic, but they'd been asked to put up collateral and likewise lost everything they'd invested with the cousin. So none of them had the resources to help Nakata in this time of need. In the end, the older of Nakata's 2 younger brothers in Tokyo decided to look after him for a little being. He owned a small apartment building in Nakano that catered to single men. This was part of his inheritance from his parents, and he offered one of the units to his older brother. He also looked after the money his parents had willed to Nakata, not a great amount, and arranged for him to receive the subsidy for the mentally challenged from the Tokyo metropolitan government. That was the extent of the brother's care. Despite his illiteracy, Nakata was able to take care of his daily needs by himself, and as long as his rent was covered, he was able to manage. His two brothers had very little contact with him. They saw him a few times when he first moved back to Tokyo, but that was it. They had lived apart for over 30 years, and their lifestyles were too different. Neither brother had any particular feelings toward him, and in any case, they were too busy with their own careers to take care of a retarded sibling. But this cold treatment by his relatives didn't faze Nakata. He was used to being alone and actually tensed up if people went out of their way to be nice to him. He wasn't angry either that his cousin had squandered his life savings. Naturally, he understood it was too bad to happen, but he wasn't disappointed by the whole affair. Nakata had no idea what a resort condo was, or what investing meant, nor did he understand what talking out alone involved. He lived in a world circumscribed by a very limited vocabulary. Only amounts up to $50 or so had any meaning to him. Anything above that, $1,000, $10,000, $100,000, was all the same to him. A lot of money, that's all it meant. He might have savings, but he'd never seen it. They just told him, "This is how much you have on your account," and told him an amount, which to him was an abstract concept. So when it all vanished, he never had the sense that he'd actually lost something real. So Nakata lived a contented life in a small apartment his brother provided, receiving his monthly subsidy, using his special bus pass, going to the local park to chat with the cats. This little corner of Nakano became his new world. Just like dogs and cats, he marked off his territory, a boundary line beyond which, except in unusual circumstances, he never ventured. As long as he stayed there, he felt safe and content. No dissatisfactions, no anger at anything, no feelings of loneliness, anxieties about the future, no worries that his life was difficult or inconvenient. Day after day, for more than 10 years, this was his life, leisurely enjoying whatever came along. Until the day that Johnny Walker showed up. Nakata hadn't seen the sea in years, for there was no sea in Nagano Prefecture or in Nakano Ward. Now, for the first time, he realized that he'd lost the sea for so long. He hadn't even thought about it all these many years. He nodded several times to himself, confirming this fact. He took off his hat, rubbed his closely cropped head with his palm, put his hat back on, and gazed out at the sea. This is the exact extent of his knowledge of the sea. It was very big, it was salty, and fish lived there. He sat on the bench, breathing in a scent of the sea, watching seagulls circle overhead, gazing at ships anchored far offshore. He didn't tire of the view. An occasional white seagull would alight on the fresh summer grass in the park. The white against the green was beautiful. Nakata tried calling out to the seagull as it walked over the grass, but it didn't reply, and just stared at him coolly. There were no cats around. Only animals in the park were seagulls and sparrows. As he sipped hot tea from his thermos, rain began pelting down, and Nakata opened up his precious umbrella. By the time Hoshino came back to the park, just before 12, it had stopped raining. Nakata was seated on the bench just as he'd left him. Umbrella folded, staring out at the sea, Hoshino had parked his tracks somewhere and arrived in the taxi. "Hey, I'm sorry it took so long," he apologized. A vinyl Boston bag hung from his shoulder. "I thought I'd be finished sooner, but all kinds of things came up. It's like every department store has only one guy who's got to be a pain in the butt." Nakata didn't mind at all. "I was just sitting here, looking at the sea." Hoshino murmured. He looked out in the same direction, but all he saw was a shabby old pier and oil floating on the surface of the water. "I haven't seen the sea in a long time." "That's right. The last time I saw it was in elementary school. I went to the seaside at Oshima. I bet that was a long time ago. Japan was occupied by the Americans back then. The seashore at Oshima was filled with American soldiers." "You gotta be kidding." "No, I'm not kidding." "Come on," Hoshino said. "Japan was never occupied by America." Nakata doesn't know the details, but America had planes called B-29s. They dropped a lot of bombs on Tokyo, so I went to Yamanashi Prefecture. That's where I got sick. "Yeah? Whatever. I told you I didn't like long stories. Anyway, let's head on out. It took longer than I thought, and it's gonna be dark soon if we don't get a move on." "Where are we going?" "Shikoku, of course. We'll cross the bridge. You said you're going to Shikoku, didn't you?" "I did. But what about your job?" "Don't worry about it. It will still be there when I come back. I've been putting in some long hours and was thinking I should have a few days off. To tell the truth, I've never been to Shikoku either. Might as well check it out. Plus, you can't read, right? So it'll be a whole lot easier if I'm with you to help you buy tickets. Unless you don't want me along." "No, Nakata would be happy to have you along." "Then let's do it. I already checked out the bus schedule. Shikoku, here we come." Chapter 23. I don't know if a ghost is the right word, but it definitely isn't something of this world. That much I can tell at a glance. I sense something and suddenly wake up, and there it is. It's the middle of the night, but the room is strangely lit. Moonlight streaming through the window. I know I closed the curtains before the bed, but now they're wide open. The girl's silhouette is clearly outlined, bathed by the bone-white light in the moon. She's about my age, 15 or 16. I'm guessing 15. There's a big difference between 15 and 16. She's small and slim, holds herself erect, and doesn't seem delicate at all. Her hair hangs down to her shoulders, with bangs on her forehead. She's wearing a blue dress with a billowing hem that's just the right length. She doesn't have any shoes or socks on. The buttons on the cuffs of the dress are neatly done up. Her dress has a rounded, open collar, showing off her well-formed neck. She's sitting at the desk, chin resting in her hands, staring at the wall and thinking about something. Nothing too complex, I'd say. It looks more like she's lost in some pleasant, warm memory of not long ago. Every once in a while, a hint of a smile gathers at the corners of her mouth. But the shadows cast by the moonlight keep me from making out the details of her expression. I don't want to interrupt whatever it is she's doing, so I pretend to be asleep, holding my breath and trying not to be noticed. She's got to be a ghost. First of all, she's just too beautiful. Her features are gorgeous. But it's not only that. She's so perfect. I know she can't be real. She's like a person who stepped right out of the dream. The purity of her beauty gives me a feeling close to sadness. A very natural feeling, though one that only something extraordinary could produce. I'm wrapped in my covers, holding my breath. She continues to sit there at a desk, chin propped in her hand, barely stirring. Occasionally her chin shifts a fraction, changing the angle at her head very quickly. As far as anything moving in the room, that's it. I can see the large flowering goodwood just outside the window, glistening silently in the moonlight. There's no wind, and I can't hear sound. The whole thing feels like I might have died unknowingly. I'm dead, and this girl and I have sunk to the bottom of a deep crater lake. All of a sudden, she pulls her hands away from her chin and places them on a lap. Two small pale knees show at her hemline. She stops gazing at the wall and turns in my direction. She reaches up and touches the hair at her forehead. Her slim, girlish fingers rest for a time on her forehead. And it's if she's trying to draw out some forgotten thought. She's looking at me. My heart beats dully in my chest, but strangely enough, I don't feel like I'm being looked at. Maybe she's not looking at me, but beyond me. In the depth of the crater lake, everything is silent. The volcano's been extinct for ages, layer upon layer of solitude, like folds of soft mud. The little bit of light that manages to penetrate to the depth light up the surroundings, like the remains of some faint, distant memory. At these depths, there's no sign of life. I don't know how long she looks at me. Not at me, maybe, but at the spot where I am. Time's rules don't apply here. Time expands, then contracts, all in tune with the stirring of the heart. And then, without warning, the girl stands up and heads toward the door, on her slender legs. The door is shut, yes, yet soundlessly she disappears. I stay where I am, in the bed, my eyes open just a slit, and I don't move a muscle. For all I know, she might come back, I think. I want her to, I realize, but no matter how long I wait, she doesn't return. I raise my head and glance at the fluorescent numbers on the alarm clock next to my bed. 3:25. I get out of bed, walk over to the chair she was sitting on, and touched it. It's not warm at all. I check out the desktop, in hopes of finding something, a single hair perhaps she left behind, but there's nothing. I sit down on the chair, massaging my cheeks with the palms of my hands, and breathe a deep sigh. I close the curtains and crawl back under the covers. But there's no way I can go back to sleep now. My head's too full of that enigmatic girl, a strange, terrifying force unlike anything I've ever experienced, in sprouting in my heart, taking root there, growing, shut up behind my ribcage. My warm strand heart expands and contracts independent of my will, over and over. I switch on the light and wait for the dawn, sitting up in the bed. I can't read, can't listen to music, I can't do anything, but just sit there, waiting for morning to come. As the sky begins to lighten, I finally sleep a bit. When I wake up, my pillow's cold and damp with tears. But tears for what? I have no idea. Around 9, Oshima roars up in his Miata, and we get the library ready to open. After we get everything done, I make him some coffee. He taught me how to do it just right. You grind the beans by hand, boil up some water in a narrow spouted pot, let it sit for a while, then slowly, and I mean slowly, pour the water through a paper filter. When the coffee's ready, Oshima puts in a smallest dab of sugar. Just for a show, basically, but no cream. The best way, he insists. I make myself some Earl Grey tea. Oshima has on a shiny brown short-sleeve shirt and white linen trousers. Wiping his glasses with a brand new handkerchief he pulls from his pocket, he turns to me. You don't look like you got much sleep. There's something I'd like you to do for me, I say. Name it. I want to listen to Kafka on the Shore. Can you get hold of the record? Not the CD. If possible, I'd like to listen to the record, to hear how it originally sounded. Of course, we'd have to find a record player too. Oshima rests his fingers on his temple and thinks. There might be an old stereo in the stereo room. Can't guarantee it still works though. We go into a small room facing the parking lot. There are no windows, only a skylight high up. A mass of objects from various periods are strewn around furniture. Dishes, magazines, clothes, and paintings. Some of them are obviously valuable, but some, most in fact, don't look like they're worth much. Someday we've got to get rid of all this junk, Oshima remarks, but nobody's been brave enough to take the plunge. In the middle of the room, there, where time seems to have drifted to a halt, we find an all Sansui stereo, covered in a thin layer of white dust. The stereo itself looks in good shape, though it must be over 25 years since this was up-to-date stereo equipment. The whole set consists of a receiver, AMP, turntable, bookshelf, speakers. We also find a collection of old LPs, mostly 60s pop music, Beatles, Stones, Beach Boys, Simon and Garfunkel, Stevie Wonder. About 30 albums, all told. I take some out of their jackets. Whoever listened to these took good care of them, because there is no trace of mold and not a scratch anywhere. There's a guitar in the storeroom as well, still with strings, plus a pile of old magazines I've never heard of, and an old-fashioned tennis jacket, all like the ruins of some not-so-distant past. I imagine all this stuff belonged to Miss Saeki's boyfriend, Oshima says. Like I mentioned, he used to live in this building, and they've thrown his things down there. The stereo, though, looks more recent than that. We lug the stereo and records to my room. They dust it off, plug it in, connect up the player and AMP, and hit the switch. The little green light on the AMP comes on and the turntable begins to revolve. I check the cartridge and find it still has a decent needle. Then take out a red vinyl record of SGT Peter's Lonely Hearts Club Band and put it on the turntable. The familiar guitar intro starts to play. The sound's much cleaner than I expected. Japan has its share of problems, Oshima says, smiling, but we sure know how to make a sound system. This thing hasn't been used in ages, but it still sounds great. We listened to the Beatles album for a while. Compared it to the CD version, it sounds like different music altogether. Well, we've got something to listen to on it, Oshima concludes, but getting hold of a single of Kafka on the Shore might be a problem. That's a pretty rare item nowadays. I tell you what, I'll ask my mother. She's probably got a copy tucked away somewhere. Or at least she'll know somebody who does. I nod. Oshima raises a finger, like a teacher warning a pupil. One thing though, make sure you never play it when Miss Saeki's here, no matter what, understood? I nod again. Like in Casablanca, he says, and hums the opening verse of the As Time Goes By. Just don't play that one song, okay? Oshima, There's something I want to ask. Does any 15-year-old girl come here? By here you mean the library? I nod. Oshima tilts his head and gives it some thought. Not as far as I know, he says, staring at me like he's looking into the room for a window. That's a strange thing to ask. I think I saw her recently, I say. When was that? Last night. You saw a 15-year-old girl here last night. Yeah. What kind of girl? I blush a bit. Just a girl, hair down to her shoulders, wearing a blue dress. Was she pretty? I nod. Could be a sexual fantasy, Oshima says and grins. The world's full of weird things, but for a healthy, heterosexual kid of your age, having fantasies like that is not strange. I remember how Oshima saw me buck naked up at the cabin and blush even more. During our lunch break, Oshima quietly hands me a single of Kafka on the Shore, in the square little jacket. Turns out my mom did have one. 5 copies, if you can believe it. She really takes good care of things. A bit of a pack rat, but I guess we shouldn't complain. Thanks, I say. I go back to my room and take the record out of the jacket. The record looks like it's never been played. In the record jacket's photo, Miss Saeki, she was 19 according to Oshima, is sitting at the piano in a recording studio, looking straight at the camera. She's resting her chin in her hands on the music stand. Her head tilted slightly to one side, a shy, unaffected smile on her face. Closed lips spread pleasantly wide, with charming lines at the corners. It doesn't look like she's wearing any makeup. Her hair is held back by a plastic clip so it won't fall into her face. And part of her right ear is visible through the strands. Her light blue dress is short and loose-fitting, and she has a silver bracelet on her left wrist, her only accessory. A pair of slender sandals lie next to her piano stool, and her bare feet are lovely. She looks like a symbol of something, a certain time, a certain place, a certain state of mind. She's like a spirit that's sprung up from a happy chance encounter. An eternal, naive innocence, never to be married, floats around her like spores in spring. Time had come to a standstill in this photograph, 1969, a scene from long before I was even born. I knew from the first that the young girl who visited the room last night was Miss Saeki. I never doubted it for a second, but just had to make sure. Compared to when she was 15, Miss Saeki at 19 looks more grown up, more mature. If I had to compare the two, I'd say the outline of her face looks sharper, more defined in the photo. A certain anxiousness is missing from the older of the two, but otherwise this 19-year-old and the 15-year-old I saw are nearly identical. The smile in the photo's the same one I saw last night, how she held her chin in her hands and tilted her head, also the same. And Miss Saeki now, the real-time Miss Saeki. I can see the same expressions and gestures. I'm delighted that those features and that sense of the otherworldly haven't changed a bit. Even her build is almost the same. Still, there's something in the photo of the 19-year-old girl that the middle-aged woman I know has lost forever. You might call it an outpouring of energy, nothing showy. It's colorless, transparent, like fresh water secretly seeping out between the rocks, a kind of natural, unspoiled appeal that shoots straight to your heart. That brilliant energy seeps out of her entire being as she sits there at the piano. Just by looking at the happy smile, you can trace the beautiful path that a contented heart must follow. like a firefly's glow that persists long after it's disappeared into the darkness. I sit on my bed for a long time, record jacket in hand, not thinking about anything, just letting time pass by. I open my eyes, go to the window, and take a deep breath of fresh air, catching a whiff of the sea on a breeze that's come up through the pine forest. What I saw there, in this room, the night before, was definitely Miss Saeki at age 15. The real Miss Saeki, of course, is still alive. A 50-something woman living a real life in the real world. Even now, she's in her room upstairs at the desk, working away. To see her, all I need to do is to go out of this room and up the stairs, and there she'll be. I can meet her, talk with her, but none of that changes the fact that what I saw there was her ghost. Oshima told me people can't be in two places at the same time, but I think it's possible. In fact, I'm sure of it. While they're still alive, people can become ghosts. And there's another important fact. I'm drawn to that ghost, attracted to her, not to Miss Saeki, who's here right now, but to the 15-year-old who isn't. Very attracted, a feeling so strong I can't explain it, and no matter what anybody says, this is real. Maybe she doesn't really exist, but just thinking about her makes my heart, my flesh and blood, my real heart, thump like mad. These feelings are as real as the blood all over my chest that awful night. As it gets near closing time, Miss Saeki comes downstairs, her heels clicking as she walks. When I see her, I tense up and can hear my heartbeat pounding. I see the 15-year-old girl inside her, like some small animal in hibernation. She's curled up in a hollow inside Miss Saeki, asleep. Miss Saeki's asking me something, but I can't reply. I don't even know what she said. I can hear her, of course. Her words vibrate my eardrums and transmit a message to my brain that's converted into language. But there's a disconnect between words and meanings. Flustered, I blush and stammer out something stupid. Oshima intervenes and answers a question. I nod at what he's saying. Miss Saeki smiles, says goodbye to us, and leaves for home. I listen to the sound of her golf as it exits the parking lot, fades into the distance, and disappears. Oshima stays behind and helps me close up for the night. By any chance, have you fallen in love with somebody? He asks. You seem kind of out of it. I don't have any idea how I should respond. Oshima, I finally say, this is a pretty weird thing to ask, but do you think it's possible for someone to become a ghost while they're still alive? He stops straightening up at the counter and looks at me. A very interesting question, actually. Are you asking about the human spirit in a literary sense, metaphorically, or in other words? Or do you mean an actual fact? More in actual fact, I guess, I say. The assumption that ghosts really exist. Right. Oshima removes his glasses, wipes them with a handkerchief, and puts them back on. That's what's called a living spirit. I don't know about it in foreign countries, but that kind of thing appears a lot in Japanese literature. The tale of Genji, for instance, is filled with living spirits. In the Heian period, or at least in its psychological realm, on occasion people could become living spirits and travel through space to carry out whatever desires they had. Have you read Genji? I shake my head. Our library has a couple of modern translations, so it might be a good idea to read one. Anyway, an example is when Lady Rojikujo, she's one of Prince Genji's lovers, becomes so consumed with jealousy over Genji's main wife, Lady Aoi, that she turns into an evil spirit and possesses her. Night after night, she attacks Lady Aoi in her bed until she finally kills her. Lady Aoi is pregnant with Genji's child, and that news is what activated Lady Rokujo's hatred. Genji called in priestess to exorcise the evil spirit, but to no avail. The evil spirit was impossible to resist. But the most interesting part of the story is that Lady Rokujo has no inkling that she'd become a living spirit. She'd have nightmares and wake up only to discover that her long black hair smelled like smoke. Not having any idea what was going on, she was totally confused. In fact, the smoke came from the incense of priestess lit as they prayed for Lady Aoi. Completely unaware of it, she'd been flying through space and passing down the tunnel of her subconsciousness into Aoi's bedroom. This is one of the most uncanny and thrilling episodes of Genji. Later, when Lady Rokujo learns that she's been doing that, she regrets the sins she's committed and shaves off her hair and renounces the world. The world of the grotesque is the darkness within us, well before Freud and Jung shined a light on the workings of the subconscious. This correlation between darkness and our subconscious, these two forms of darkness, was obvious to people. It wasn't a metaphor even. If you trace it back further, it wasn't even a correlation until Edison invented the electric light. Most of the world was totally covered in darkness. The physical darkness outside and the inner darkness of the soul were mixed together. With no boundary separating the two, they were directly linked. Like this, Oshima brings his two hands together tightly. The Murasaki Shikubu's time living spirits were both a grotesque phenomenon and a natural condition of the human heart that was right there with them. People of that period probably couldn't conceive of these two types of darkness as separate from each other, but today things are different. The darkness in the outside world had vanished, but the darkness in our hearts remains, virtually unchanged. Just like an iceberg, what we label the ego or consciousness is, for the most part, sunk in darkness, and that estrangement sometimes creates a deep contradiction or confusion within us. Around your mountain cabin, that's real darkness. Absolutely, Oshima says. Real darkness still exists here. Sometimes I go there just to experience it. What triggers people to become living spirits? Is it always something negative? I'm no expert, but as far as I know, yes, those living spirits all spring up out of negative emotions. Most of the extreme feelings people have tend to be at once very individual and very negative, and these living spirits arise through a kind of spontaneous generation. Sad to say, there aren't any cases of living spirit emerging to fulfill some logical premise or bring about world peace. What about because of love? Oshima sits down and thinks it over. That's a tough one. All I can tell you is I've never run across an example. Of course, there is a tale, the Chrysanthemum Pledge, in Tales of Moonlight and Rain. Have you read it? No, I reply. Tales of Moonlight and Rain are written in the Edo period by a man named Ueda Akinari. It was said, however, in the earlier warring times period, which makes Ueda's approach a bit nostalgic or retro. Anyway, in this particular story, two samurai become fast friends and pledge themselves as blood brothers. For samurai, this is very serious. Being blood brothers meant they pledged their lives to each other. They lived far away from each other, each serving a different lord. One wrote to the other saying no matter what, he would visit when the chrysanthemums were in bloom. The other said he'd wait for his arrival, but before the first one could set out on the journey, he got mixed up in some trouble in his domain. He was put under confinement and wasn't allowed to go out or send a letter. Finally, summer is over, and fall is upon them, the season when the chrysanthemums blossom. At the rate, he won't be able to fulfill his promise to his friend. To a samurai, nothing is more important than a promise. Honor is more important than your life. So the samurai commits harakiri, becomes a spirit, and races across the miles to visit his friend. They sit near the chrysanthemums and talk to their heart's content. And then the spirit vanishes from the face of the earth. It's a beautiful tale. But he had to die in order to become a spirit. Yes, that's right, Oshima says. It would appear that people can become living spirits out of honor or love or friendship. To do that, they have to die. People throw away their lives for honor, love, or friendship, and only then do they turn into spirits. But when you talk about living spirits, well, that's a different story. They always seem to be motivated by evil. I mulled this over. But, like you said, there might be examples, Oshima continues, of people becoming living spirits out of positive feelings of love. I just haven't done much research into the matter, I'm afraid. Maybe it happens. Love can rebuild the world, they say, so everything's possible when it comes to love. Have you ever been in love? I ask. He stares at me, taken aback. What do you think? I'm not a starfish or a pepper tree. I'm a living, breathing human being. Of course I've been in love. That isn't what I mean, I say, blushing. I know, he says, and smiles at me gently. Once Oshima leaves, I go to my room, switch the stereo to 45 RPM, lower the needle, and listen to Kafka on the Shore, following the lyrics on the jacket. You sit at the edge of the world. I am in a crater that's no more. Words without letters, standing in the shadow of the door. The moon shines down on the sleeping lizard. Little fish rain down from the sky. Outside the window, there are soldiers steeling themselves to die. Refrain. Kafka sits in a chair by the shore, thinking of the pendulum that moves the world, it seems. When your heart is closed, the shadow of the unmoving sphinx becomes a knife that pierces your dreams. The drowning girl's fingers search for the entrance stone, and more. Lifting the hem of her azure dress, she gazes at Kafka on the shore. I listened to the record 3 times. First of all, I'm wondering how a record with lyrics like this could sell over 1 million copies. I'm not saying they're totally obscure, just kind of abstract and surreal. Not exactly catchy lyrics, but if you listen to them a few times, they begin to sound familiar. One by one, the words find a home in my heart. It's a weird feeling. Images beyond any meaning arise like cut-out figures and stand alone. Just like when I'm in the middle of my dream. A melody is beautiful, simple but different, too, and Miss Saiki's voice melts into it naturally. Her voice needs more power. She isn't what you'd call a professional singer, but it gently cleanses your mind, like a spring rain washing over stepping stones in a garden. She plays the piano and sang. Then they added a smile string section and an oboe. The recording budget must have kept the arrangement simple, but actually It's the simplicity that gives a song its appeal. Two unusual chords appear in the refrain. The other chords in the song are nothing special, but these two are different. Not the kind you can figure out by listening just a couple of times. At first, I felt confused. To exaggerate a little, I felt betrayed even. The total unexpectedness of the sounds shook me, unsettled me, like when I could wind suddenly blows in through the crack. But once the refrain is over, that beautiful melody returns, taking you back to that original world of harmony and intimacy. No more chilly wind here. The piano plays its final note, like the strings quietly hold the last chord. The lingering sound of the oboe bringing the song to a close. Listening to it over and over, I start to get some idea of Kafka on the Shore, moved so many people. The song's direct and gentle at the same time, the product of the capable yet unselfish heart. There is a kind of miraculous feel to it. This overlap of opposites, a shy 19-year-old girl from a provincial town writes lyrics about her boyfriend far away, sits down at the piano and sets it to music. Then, unhesitantly sings her creation. She didn't write the song for others to hear, but for herself, to warm her own heart, if even a little, and her self-absorption strikes a subtle but powerful chord in her listeners' hearts. I throw together a simple dinner from things in the fridge, then put Kafka on the Shore, on the turntable again. Eyes closed, I sit in the chair and try to picture the 19-year-old Miss Saiki in the studio, playing the piano and singing. I think about the love she felt when she sang, and how mindless violence severed that love forever. The record is over, the needle lifts up and returns to its cradle. Miss Saiki may have written the lyrics to Kafka on the Shore, in this very room. The more I listen to the record, the more I'm sure that this Kafka on the Shore is a young boy in the painting on the wall. I sit at the desk and, like she did last night, hold my chin in my hands and gaze at the same angle at the painting right in front of me. I am positive now. This had to be where she wrote it. I have her gazing at the painting, remembering the young boy, writing the poem, so then set to music. It had to be been at night, when it was pitch dark outside. I stand up and go over to the wall, the example, and examine the painting up close. The young man is looking off in the distance, his eyes full of mysterious depths. In the corner of the sky there are some sharply outlined clouds, and the largest sort of looks like a crouching sphinx. I search my memory. The sphinx was the enemy Oedipus defeated by solving the riddle. And once the monster knew it had lost, it leaped off the cliff and killed itself. Thanks to this exploit, Oedipus got to be king of Thebes and ended up marrying his own mother. And the name Kafka, I suspect Miss Saiki used it since, in her mind, the mysterious solitude of the boy in the picture overlapped with Kafka's fictional world. That would explain the title, A Solitary Soul Straying by an Absurd Shore. Other lines overlap with things that happened to me. The part about little fish rain from the sky, isn't that exactly what happened in the shopping area back home, when hundreds of sardines and mackerel rain down? The part about how the shadow becomes a knife that pierces your dreams, that could be my father's stabbing. I copied down all the lines of the song in my notebook and study them, underlying parts that particularly interest me, but in the end it's all too suggestive and I don't know what to make of it. Words without letters, standing in the shadow of the door, The drowning girl's fingers search for the entrance stone. Outside the window, there are soldiers steeling themselves to die. Outside the window. What could it mean? Were all these just coincidence? I walk to the window and look out at the garden. Darkness is just settling in on the world. I go over to the reading room, sit on the sofa and open up Tanizuki's translation of The Tale of Dendi. At 10, I go to bed, turn off the bedside light, and close my eyes, waiting for the 15-year-old Miss Saeki to return to the room. Chapter 24. It was already 8 p.m. when their bus from Kobe arrived in front of Tokushima Station. Well, Mr. Nakata, here we are, Shikoku. What a wonderful bridge. Nakata's never seen such a huge one before. The two of them aligned from the bus and sat down on the bench at the station to survey their surroundings. So, did you have a message from God or something? Hoshino asked. Telling you where you're supposed to go? What you're supposed to do? No, Nakata still has no idea. Great. Nakata rubbed his head deliberately with his palm for a while, as if pondering weighty matters. Mr. Hoshino, he finally said. What's up? I'm sorry, but Nakata really needs to go to sleep. I'm so sleepy, I feel like I could fall asleep right here. Wait a sec, you can't fall asleep here, Hoshino said, flustered. Tell you what, I'll find a place where you can sack out, okay? Just hang in there for a while. All right, Nakata will hang in there and try not to go to sleep. Good. Are you hungry? No, just sleepy. Hoshino quickly located the tourist information center, found an inexpensive inn that included complimentary breakfast, and called to book a room. It was some distance from the station, so they hailed in a cab. As soon as they arrived, Hoshino asked the maid to lay out their futons for them. Nakata skipped taking a bath and underdressed, lay down in the bed, and in an instant was peacefully snoring away. I'll probably sleep for a long time, so don't be alarmed, he said just before he fell asleep. Hey, I'm not going to bother you. Sleep as much as you want, Hoshino said, but Nakata was already lost to the world. Hoshino enjoyed a leisurely bath, went out and strolled around to get the lay of the headland, then ducked inside a sushi shop for dinner and a beer. He wasn't much of a drinker, and a medium-sized bottle of beer was enough to turn his face bright red and to put him in a good mood. After dinner, he played pachinko and lost $25 in an hour. His Chunichi Dragon's baseball cap drew a few stares from passerby, and he decided he must be the only one in Tokushima wearing one. Back at the inn, he found Nakata just as he'd left him, sound asleep. The light was on in the room, but that obviously didn't seem to bother him. What an easygoing old guy, Hoshino concluded. He took off his hat, his aloha shirt, and his jeans, then crawled into bed, turned out the light. But he felt woken up, and the combination of this and his new surroundings kept him from falling asleep. Geez, he thought, maybe I should have found a hooker and got laid. But as he listened to Nakata's tranquil, regular breathing, he was suddenly embarrassed by the thought. Thought he wasn't sure why. Staring at the ceiling in the dark, lying in bed in the cheap inn in the town he'd never been to before, next to a strange old guy he knew nothing about, he began to have doubts about himself. By the time of night, he should have been driving back to Tokyo, now somewhere around Nagoya. He didn't dislike his job, and there was a girl in Tokyo who always made time for him, if he wanted to see her. Still, and on an impulse, as soon as he'd unlocked his cargo of furniture in Kobe, he'd called another driver he knew in town and asked him to take his place and drive his rig back to Tokyo. He phoned his company and managed to wrangle 3 days off, and then it was off to Shikoku with Nakata. All he had along was a small bag with a shaving kit and a change of clothes. Hoshino originally was intrigued by the resemblance between the old man and his late grandfather, but that impression has faded, and now he was more curious about Nakata himself, the things the old guy talked about, and even how he talked were differently and strange, but in an interesting way. He had found out where the old man was going and what he'd end up doing when he got there. Hoshino was born in a family farm, the third of 5 sons. Up until junior high, he was well behaved, but after entering a trade school, he fell in with a bad crowd and started getting in trouble. The police hauled him in a few times. He was able to graduate but couldn't find a decent job, and trouble with a girl only compounded his difficulties, so he decided to join the self-defense force. Though he was hoping to be a tank driver, he didn't make the cut and spent most of his time driving large transport trucks. After 3 years in the SDF, he got out and found a job with a trucking company, and for the last 6 years he'd been driving for a living. This suited him. He'd always loved machines, and when he was perched high up in the cab with his hands on the wheel, it was like he was in his own private little kingdom. The job's long hard hours were tiring, but he knew he couldn't stand a regular company job, continuing to a dingy office every morning, only to have a boss watch his every move like a hawk. He'd always been the feisty type who got into fights. He was skinny and on the short side, not very tough-looking, but in his case, looks were deceiving. He was deceptively strong, and once he reached the breaking point, a crazed look would come over him that sent most opponents scurrying for cover. He'd gotten into a lot of fights, both as a soldier and as a truck driver, but only recently had started to understand that this, win or lose, never accomplished very much. At least, he thought proudly, he'd never had any serious injuries. During his wild high school days, his grandfather was always the one who'd show up at the local precinct, bowing apologetically to the police, and they would release Hoshino into his custody. They always stopped at the restaurant on the way home, his grandfather treating him to a delicious meal. He never lectured Hoshino even then. Not once did his parents come to get him. They were just barely scraping by and didn't have time and energy to worry about their no-good third son. Hoshino sometimes wondered what would have happened to him if his grandfather hadn't been there to bail on him. The old man, at least, knew he was alive and worried about him. Despite all this, he'd never once thanked his grandfather for all that he'd done. He didn't know what to say and was also too preoccupied trying to get by. His grandfather died of cancer soon after Hoshino joined the self-defense force. At the end, he got senile and didn't even recognize him. Hoshino hadn't been back home once since the old man passed away. When Hoshino woke up at 8 that morning, Nakata was still fast asleep and looked like he hadn't budged an inch all night. The volume and pace of his breathing, too, has not changed. Hoshino went downstairs and ate breakfast with the other guests, a pretty bare-bones meal, though there were unlimited seconds on miso soup and rice. "Will your companion be eating breakfast?" the maid called out. "He's still out cold. Looks like he won't be needing breakfast. If you don't mind, could you not put away the futon for a while?" At noon, with Nakata still fast asleep, Hoshino arranged for them to stay one more night. He went out to a soba place and had chicken and egg over rice. Afterward, he strolled around for a while and wound up in a coffee shop where he had a cup of and flipped through a few of the magic comic books. When he got back to the inn, just before 2, he found Nakata still hadn't woken up. Concerned, he felt the old man's forehead, but he didn't seem to have fever. His breathing was calm and regular, and his cheeks had a healthy glow to them. He seemed perfectly fine. All he was doing was sleeping soundly, without even ever turning over in bed. "Is he all right, sleeping this much?" the maid said when she looked in on them. "Maybe he's ill." "He's exhausted," Hoshino said. "Let's just let him sleep as much as he wants." "Okay, but I've never seen anybody sleep that much before." Dinner time came and the sleep marathon continued. Hoshino went out to a curry restaurant and had an extra large order of beef curry and a salad. After this, he went to the same pachinko place at the night before and played for an hour. This time, though, his luck changed, and for under $10 he won 2 cartons of Marlboros. It was 9:30 by the time he got back to the inn with his winnings, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Nakata was still asleep. Hoshino added up the hours. The old man had been sleeping for over 24 hours. Sure, he said, he'd sleep a long time, not to worry, but this was ridiculous. Hoshino felt uncharacteristically helpless. Suppose the old guy never woke up. What the hell was he supposed to do then? "Cripes," he said, and shook his head. But the next morning, when Hoshino woke up at 7, Nakata was already awake, gazing out the window. "Hey, Gramps, so you finally made it up, huh?" Hoshino said, relieved. "Yes, Nakata just woke up. I don't know how long I slept, but I must have been a long time. I feel like a new man." "No kidding, it was a long time. You went to sleep at 9 p.m., one day before yesterday, so you've been asleep something like 34 hours. You're a regular Snow White." "Nakata is kind of hungry." "I bet you are. You haven't had a bite for 2 days." The two of them went downstairs to the dining room and had breakfast. Nakata amazed the maid at how much rice he packed away. "You're as big eater as you are a sleeper," she exclaimed. "It's like 2 days' worth of meals in one sitting." "Yes, I have to eat a lot now. You're a really healthy person, aren't you?" "Yes, Nakata is. I can't read, but I've never had a single cavity and don't need glasses. I never have to go to the doctor either. My shoulders never get stiff, and I take a good dump every morning." "Isn't that something?" the maid said, impressed. "By the way, what's on your schedule for today?" "We're headed west," Nakata declared. "West?" she mused. "That must mean you're going towards Takamatsu." "I'm not so bright and don't know geography." "Anyway, Gramps, why don't we go over to Takamatsu?" Hoshino chimed in. "We can figure out what's next after we get there." "All right, let's go to Takamatsu then. We'll figure out what's next after we get there." "Sort of a unique style of traveling, I must say," the maid commented. "You got that right," Hoshino said. Back in their room, Nakata went to the toilet, while Hoshino, still in his yukata robe, lay back on the tatami and watched the news on TV. Not much was happening. Police still didn't have any ideas in the murder of a famous sculptor in Nakano. No clues, no witnesses. The police were searching for the man's 15-year-old son, who disappeared shortly before the murder. Man alive, Hoshino thought. A 15-year-old kid. Why is it that these days it's always 15-year-olds who are involved in all these violent incidents? Of course, when he was 15 himself, he stole a motorcycle from a parking lot and went for a joyride without, mind you, a license, so he had no right to complain. Not that you can compare borrowing a bicycle and slicing your dad into sashimi. It was only luck, maybe, that had kept him from stabbing his own father, because he'd certainly taken his share of beatings. The news was just winding up when Nakata emerged from the bathroom. "Mr. Hoshino, may I ask you something?" "What's up?" "Does your back hurt at all?" "Yeah, it's an occupational hazard, I guess. Every trucker I know has back problems. Just like pitchers, all above. All have sore shoulders. Why do you ask?" "When I saw your back, I thought maybe you had that problem." "Huh. Do you mind if Nakata touches your back?" "Be my guest." Hoshino lay face down and Nakata straddled him. He put his hands just above the backbone and held them there. All the while, Hoshino was watching some afternoon talk show featuring at least all the latest celebrity gossip. The famous actress had just gotten engaged to a not-so-famous young novelist. Hoshino didn't care, but there wasn't anything else on. Apparently, the actress's income was 10 times that of a novelist, who wasn't even particularly handsome or even intelligent-looking. Hoshino found the whole thing suspect. That marriage won't work out, I can tell you that. There's gotta be some kind of misunderstanding going on there. "Mr. Hoshino, your bones are out of line a bit." "Not surprising, with the out-of-line kind of life I've led," Hoshino replied and yawned. "It's going to cause all sorts of problems if you don't do something about it." "You think?" "You'll get headaches, you won't be able to take a good dump. And then your back will go out on you." "That can't be good." "This will hurt a little, do you mind?" "No, go ahead." "Honestly speaking, it's going to hurt a lot. Look, Gramps, I've been punched out my whole life. At home, at school, in the SDF, but I survived. Not to brag or anything, but the days I haven't been hit I could count on both my hands. So I'm not worried that something might hurt a little. Not hot or tickly, sweet or spicy, bring it on." Nakata squinted, concentrating carefully, making sure he had his thumbs just increased the pressure. Once they were positioned just right, he ever so slowly increased the pressure, gauging Hoshino's reaction. He breathed in deeply, then let out a clipped cry, like some winter bird's squawk, and pressed down with all his might on the area between muscle and backbone. The pain Hoshino felt at all instant was awful, unreasonably so. A huge flash of light went off in his brain, and everything went white. He stopped breathing. It felt like he'd been thrown from the top of a tall tower into the depth of hell. He couldn't even manage a scream, so hideous was the pain. All thoughts had burned up and shot away. It was like his body had been shattered into pieces. Even death couldn't be this awful, he felt. He tried to open his eyes but couldn't. He just lay there, helpless, face down on the tatami, drooling, tears streaming down his face. He must have endured this for some 30 seconds or so. Finally, he was able to breathe again, and he staggered as he sat up. The tatami lay before him like the sea in a storm. "I'm sure it was painful." Hoshino shook his head a few times, as if checking to see that he still was alive. Pain doesn't begin to describe it. Imagine getting skinned alive, screwed, ground down, then run over by an angry herd of bulls. What the hell did you do to me? I put your bones back in the right position. You should be fine for the time being. Your back won't ache, and I guarantee you'll take good dumps. As predicted, when the pain receded, like the tide going out, his back did feel better. The usual heavy, sluggish feeling had vanished. The area around his temples felt much better, and he could breathe more easily. And sure enough, he felt like going to the John. Yeah, I guess certain parts do feel better. The problem was all in the spine, Nakata said. But damn did that hurt, Hoshino said and sighed. The two of them took the GR Express train to Tokushima Station, bound for Takamatsu. Hoshino paid for everything, the inn and the train fare. Nakata insisted on paying his share, but Hoshino wouldn't hear about it. I'll pay now, and we can settle up later. I don't like it when men go all to prices over money, okay? Alright, Nakata doesn't understand money very well, so I'll do as you say, Nakata said. I gotta tell you though, I feel great, thanks to that shiatsu you did on me. So at least let me pay you back for it, okay? I haven't felt this good in I don't know for how long. I feel like a new man. That's wonderful. Nakata doesn't know what shiatsu means, but I do know how important the bones are. I'm not sure what you call it either, shiatsu, bone setting, chiropractic, but whatever it is, you're really good at, and you have a talent for it. You could make a lot of money doing this. You could make a bundle just doing all my trucker buddies. As soon as I saw your back, I could tell the bones were out of line. When I see something out of line, I like to set it right. I made furniture for a long time, and whenever I saw something crooked, I just had to straighten it out. That's just how Nakata is. But this was the first time I straightened out bones. I guess you're a natural, Hoshino said, impressed. Nakata used to be able to speak with cats. No kidding. But not long ago, I couldn't talk with them anymore. It must be Johnny Walker's fault. I see. I'm stupid, so I don't understand difficult things. And there have been so many difficult things happening lately. Fish and leeches falling from the sky, for instance. Really? But I'm glad I could make your back better. If you feel good, then Nakata feels good. I'm really happy too, Hoshino said. That's good. Now that you mention those leeches. Yes, Nakata remembers that very well. Did you have something to do with that? Nakata thought about it for a while. A rare occurrence. I don't really know myself. All I know is, when I opened my umbrella, it started to rain leeches. What you know? The worst thing of all is killing other people, Nakata said and gave a decisive nod. Absolutely, killing is bad for sure. That's right, Nakata said again, nodding forcefully. The two of them got out at Takamatsu station, then slipped inside a noodle place near the station and had udon for lunch. Outside the restaurant window, there were several large cranes on the docks, covered with seagulls. Nakata methodically enjoyed each and every noodle. This udon is delicious, he said. Glad you like it, Hoshino said. So, what do you think? Is this spot okay? Yes, Nakata thinks it will do. So, we got to the right spot. Now, what are you going to do? I've got to find the entrance stone. Entrance stone? That's right. Hoshino said. I bet there's a long story behind that. Nakata tilted his bowl and drained the last drop of soup. Yes, it is a long story, but It's so long I don't understand it myself. Once we get there, though, Nakata thinks we will understand. As usual, you gotta be there to get it. Yes, that's right. Until we go there, I won't understand it. Yes. Until we go there, I won't understand it either. Enough already. I don't like long stories. Anyway, I guess we need to find this entrance stone thing. That is correct, Nakata said. So, where is it? Nakata has no idea. Like I had to ask, Hoshino said, shaking his head. Chapter 25. I fall asleep for a short time, wake up, fall asleep again, wake up, over and over. I don't want to miss the moment she appears, but I don't miss it, but I do miss it. I look up and she's already seated at the desk, just like the past night. The clock next to my bed shows a little past 3. I'm positive I closed the curtains before going to bed. But again, they're wide open. But there's no moon tonight. That's the only difference. There's a heavy cloud over. And it might be drizzling outside. The room's much darker than last night, with only distant lamps in the garden casting a faint light between the trees. It takes a while for my eyes to adjust. The girl is seated at the desk, head in her hands, gazing at the painting. She's wearing the same clothes as last night, even if I squint and look hard. This time, it's too dark to make out her face. Strangely enough, though, her body and silhouette stand out, floating like clearly in the darkness. The girl is Miss Saiki when she was young. I have absolutely no doubt about it. She looks deep in thought, or in the midst of a long, deep dream. Check that. Maybe she herself is Miss Saiki's long, deep dream. At any rate, I try to breathe very quietly, so as not to disturb the balance of this scene before me. I don't move an inch, just glance occasionally at the clock and check the time. Time passes slowly, regularly. Out of the blue, my heart starts beating hard. A dry sound like somebody's knocking at the door. The sound echoes through the silence. Dead of night room. And startles me so much that I nearly leap right out of my bed. The girl's black silhouette moves ever so slightly. She looks up and listens in the dark. She's heard it, the sound of my heart. She tilts her head, just a fraction, for all the world, like an animal in the woods, focusing on an unexpected, unknown sound. Then she turns to face me in bed, but I don't register in her eyes. I can tell. I'm not in her dream. She and I are in two separate worlds, divided by an invisible boundary. Just as quickly as it came on, my pounding heart settles back down to normal, and so does my breathing. I'm back to being invisible, and she's no longer listening. Her gaze falls back on Kafka on the shore, head in hands like before. Her heart is drawn once more toward the boy in that summer scene. She's there for about 20 minutes, then vanishes. Just like that last night. She stands up, barefoot, noiselessly, glides toward the door, and without opening it, disappears outside. I sit still for a while, then finally get up, keeping the light off. I go over in the darkness and sit down on the seat she just occupied. I rest both hands on the desk and absorb the afterglow of her presence. I close my eyes, scooping up her shivering part, letting it seep inside me. I keep my eyes closed. There's one thing I discover the girl and I have in common. We're both in love with someone who's no longer of this world. A short time later, I fall into a restless sleep. My body needs rest, but my mind won't allow it. I swing like a pendulum, back and forth between the two. Later though, I am not even sure if it's light out or not. Birds begin making a racket in the garden, and their voices pull me completely awake. I tuck on jeans and pull a long-sleeve shirt over my t-shirt and go outside. It's after 5 o'clock and nobody else is up. I walk out of the old-looking town, through the pine forest, set up as a windbreak, past the seawall, and out onto the beach. There's barely a breeze against my skin. The sky is covered with a layer of grey clouds, but it doesn't look like it's going to rain anytime soon. It's quiet, still morning. Like a lawyer of soundproofing, the clouds absorb every sound the earth sends up. I walk for a while on a path that parallels the sea, picturing a boy in the painting, walking the same path, canvas chair in hand, sitting on the shore. I'm not sure though what scene along this shore the painting depicts. The painting only shows the beach, the horizon sky and clouds, and an island, but there are a number of islands along the shore, and I can't exactly recall what the one in the painting looked like. I sit down on the sand, faced the sea, and make a kind of picture frame with my hands. I imagine the boy sitting there. A single white seagull flits aimlessly across the windless sky. Small waves break against the shore at regular intervals, leaving behind a gentle curve and tiny bubbles on the sand. All of a sudden, I realize I'm jealous of the boy in the painting. You're jealous of the boy in the painting, the boy called Crow whispers in my ear. You're jealous of that pitiful 20-year-old boy mistaken for someone else and pointlessly murdered. What is it, 30 years ago? So insanely jealous it hurts. This is the first time you've ever been jealous in your life. Now you finally understand what it feels like. It's like a brush fire touching your heart. You've never ever in your life envied anybody else, or ever wanted to be someone else. But right now, you do. You want more than anything to be that boy. Even knowing that at age 20 he was going to be smashed over the head with an iron pipe and beaten to death, you'd still trade places with him. You'd do it to be able to love Miss Psyche for those 5 years, and to have her love with you, with all her heart, to hold her as much as you want, to make love to her over and over, to let your fingers run over every single part of her body, and let her do the same thing to you. And after that, you die. Your love will become a story etched forever in her heart. Every single night she'll love you in her memory. Yup, you're in the strange position, all right. You're in love with a girl who is no more, jealous of a boy who's gone forever. Even so, this emotion you're feeling is more real and more intensely painful than anything you've ever felt before, and there's no way out, no possibility of finding an exit. You wandered into a labyrinth of time, and the biggest problem of all is that you have no desire at all to get out. Am I right? Oshima comes in a little later than yesterday. Before he opens, I vacuum the first and second floors, wipe down all the desks and chairs, open the windows and clean them, wash out the restroom, throw out the garbage, pour fresh water in the vases. Then I turn on all the lights and switch on the catalog computers. All that's left is to open the front gate. Oshima checks my work and gives a satisfied nod. You learn pretty quick, and don't fool around, do you? I'll boil some water and make him some coffee. Like yesterday, I have a cup of Earl Grey. It started raining outside, pretty heavily. You can hear thunder of the distance. It's not yet noon, but it's like evening. It's so dark. Oshima, I have something I'd like you to do for me. What's that? Can you get hold of the sheet music for Kafka on the Shore somewhere? Oshima thinks it over. As long as it's on a music publisher's website, I imagine you could download it for free. I'll check it out and let you know. Thanks. He sits down in the corner of the counter, puts the teeniest lump of sugar into his coffee, then carefully stirs it with a spoon. So you like the song? Yes, a lot. I'm fond of it myself. It's a lovely tune, quite unique. Simple yet deep. It tells you a lot about the person who composed it. The lyrics, though, pretty symbolic, I venture. From time immemorial, symbolism and poetry have been inseparable, like a pirate and his rum. Do you think Miss Psyche knew all the lyrics? What all the lyrics mean? Oshima looks up, listening to the thunder, as if calculating from far away. It is. He turns to me and shakes his head. Not necessarily. Symbolism and meaning are two separate things. I think she found the right words by bypassing procedures like meaning and logic. She captured words in a dream, like delicately catching hold of a butterfly's wings. As it flutters around, artists are those who can evade the verbose. So you're saying Miss Psyche maybe found those words in some other space, like in dreams? Most great poetry is like that. If the words can't create a phonetic tunnel connecting them to the reader, then the whole thing no longer functions as a poem. But plenty of poems only pretend to do that. Right. It's a kind of trick, and as long as you know that it isn't hard, as long as you use some symbolic sounding words, the whole thing looks like a poem of sorts. In Kafka on the Shore, I feel something urgent and serious. Me too, Oshima says. The words aren't just something on the surface, but the words and melody are so inseparable in my mind. I can't look at the lyrics as pure poetry and decide to how persuasive they are by themselves. He shakes his head slightly. At any rate, she was definitely blessed with a natural talent, and had a real sense for music. She was also practical enough to grab an opportunity when it came along. If that terrible incident hadn't taken her out of circulation, I'm sure she would have developed her talent even further. In any number of ways. It's a real shame. So, where did all that talent go? Oshima looks at me. You're asking where Miss Psyche's talent went after her boyfriend died? I nod. If talent's a kind of natural energy, doesn't it have to find an outlet? I don't know, he replies. Nobody can predict where talent's headed. Sometimes it simply vanishes. Other times it sinks down under the earth like an underground stream and flows off, who knows where. Miss Psyche focused her talents somewhere else, other than music, I venture. Somewhere else. Oshima, obviously interested, narrows his brows. What do you mean? I'm at a loss for words. I don't know. I just feel maybe that's happened. Maybe into something intangible. Something other people can't see. Something you pursue for yourself. An inner process. Oshima brushes his hair off his forehead. Locks off it, spilling between his slender fingers. That's an interesting idea. For all we know, Miss Psyche came back to town. Maybe she used her talents somewhere out of sight. As you said, for something intangible. But you have to remember she disappeared for about 25 years. So unless you ask her yourself, there's no way of knowing for sure. I hesitate, then decide to go ahead. Can I ask you something really stupid? Really stupid? I blush. Totally off the wall. No problem. I don't necessarily mind stupid, off-the-wall things. I can't believe I'm actually saying this to somebody. Oshima tilts his head ever so slightly, waiting for me to go on. Is it possible that Miss Saeki is my mother? Oshima leans back against the counter, taking time to search for the right words. The clock on the wall ticks away as I wait. Finally he speaks up. So what you're saying is that when she was 20, Miss Saeki left Takamatsu in despair and was living alone someplace when she happened to meet your father, Koichi Tamura, and they got married. They were blessed with you, and then 4 years later something happened and she ran away, leaving you behind. After this, there's a mysterious blank, but then she shows up back in Shikoku. Do I have that right? Yes. It's not impossible. What I mean is, at this point I don't have any evidence to refute your hypothesis. So much of her life is a total mystery. Rumor has it she lived in Tokyo, plus she's about the same age as your father. When she came back to Takamatsu though, she was alone. How old did your sister? 21. The same age as me, Oshima says. I'm not your sister, that much I know for certain. I've got parents, and my brother, all related by blood. A family away, too good for me. He folds his arms and locks me out for a while. I've got a question for you. Have you ever looked at your family register? That would give your mother's name and age. Of course I have. So, what did it say? There wasn't any name, I say. He looks surprised. No name? How can that be? There wasn't any, no kidding. I have no idea. As far as the family register is concerned, I don't have a mother, or an older sister. There's just my father's name and mine on the register. Legally, I'm a bastard, an illegitimate child. But you actually had a mother and a sister at one time. I nod. I did, until I was 4. The 4 of us lived together. It's not just my imagination. I remember it very clearly. The 2 of them left soon after I turned 4. I pull out my wallet and show Oshima the photo of me and my sister playing at the shore. He gazes at it for a moment, smiles and hands it back. Kafka on the shore, he says. I nod and put a photograph back in my wallet. The wind swirls outside, pounding rain against the window. The ceiling light casts a shadow off me and Oshima on the floor. There, we look like we are having an ominous talk in some alternative world. You don't remember your mother's face? Oshima asks. You lived together till you were 4, so you should have some memory of what she looked like. I shake my head. I can't recall, not at all. I don't know why, but the part of my memory where her face should be is dark, painted over black. Oshima ponders this for a while. Tell me more about why you think Miss Saeki might be your mother. That's enough, I say. Let's just forget it. I'm making too much of it. It's alright. Go ahead and say what's on your mind, he says. Then the 2 of us can decide if you're making too much of it or not. Oshima's shadow on the floor moves in time with his movements, though it's slightly more exaggerated. There is an amazing amount of coincidence between me and Miss Saeki, I say. They are like pieces of puzzle that fit together. I understand this when I listen to Kafka on the shore. First off is the fact that I was drawn to this library, like fate reeling me in. A straight line from Nakano to Takamatsu. Very strange, when you think about it. Like the plot of Greek tragedy, Oshima comments. Plus, I add, I'm in love with her. With Miss Saeki. Yeah, probably. Probably? Oshima repeats, frowning. Do you mean it's probably Miss Saeki you're in love with? Or that you're probably in love with her? I turn red. I can't really explain it, I reply. It's complicated and there's a lot of stuff I still don't get. But you're probably in love, probably with Miss Saeki. Right, I say. Very much. Probably, but also very much. I nod. At the same time, it's possible she's your mother. Another of my parents' patented nods. For a 15-year-old who doesn't even shave yet, you're so sure carrying a lot of baggage around. Oshima takes a sip of his coffee and carefully places the cup back in the saucer. I'm not saying that's wrong, just that everything has a critical point. I don't say anything. Oshima touches his temples and is lost in thought for a time. He crosses his slim fingers together in front of his chest. I'll try to find that sheet music as soon as I can. I can finish up here, so why don't you go back to your room? At lunchtime, I take over from Oshima at the door counter. There are fewer visitors than usual, probably due to the steady rain. When he comes back from his break, he hands me a large envelope with a computer printout of the sheet music for Kafka on the Shore. Convenient world we live in, he says. Thanks, I tell him. If you don't mind, why don't you take a cup of coffee upstairs? No cream or sugar. You make really good coffee. I make a fresh cup and take it on a tray to the second floor. As always, the door to Miss Saki's room is open and she's at her desk, writing. When I pull the cup of coffee to her desk, she looks up at me and smiles, then puts a cap back on her fountain pen and rests it on top of the paper. So, you're getting used to things around here. Bit by bit, I answer. Are you free now? Yes, I am, I tell her. Why don't you sit down then? Miss Saki points at the wooden chair beside her desk. Let's talk for a while. It's starting to thunder again, still far away, but gradually getting closer. I do what she says and take a seat. How old are you again? 16. 15. I just turned 15, I respond. You ran away from home, didn't you? Yes, I did. Was there some reason you had to do that? I shake my head. What should I say? Miss Saki picks up the cup and takes a sip while she waits for my answer. I felt like I stayed there. I'd be damaged beyond repair, I say. Damaged, Miss Saki says, narrowing her eyes. Yes. After a pause, she says, It sounds strange for a boy your age to use a word like damage, though I must say I'm intrigued. What exactly do you mean by damaged? I searched for the right words. First, I look for the boy named Crow, but he's nowhere to be found. I'm left to choose them on my own, and that takes me. But Miss Saki waits there patiently. Lighting flashes outside, and after a time, thunder booms far away. I mean, I would change into something I shouldn't. Miss Saki looks at me for great interest. As long as there's such a thing as time, everybody's damaged in the end. Changed into something else. It always happens sooner or later. But even if that happens, you've got to have a place you can retrace your steps to. A place you can retrace your steps to. A place that's worth coming back to. Miss Saki stares straight at me. I blush, then summon my courage and look up at her. She has on a navy blue dress with short sleeves. She must have a whole closet of dresses in different shades of blue. Her only accessories are a thin silver necklace and a smallish wristwatch with a black leather band. I look for the 15-year-old girl in her and find her right away. She's hidden asleep like a 3D painting in the forest of her heart. But if you look carefully, you can spot her. My chest starts pounding again, like somebody's hammering a long nail into the walls surrounding it. For a 15-year-old, you make a lot of sense. I have no idea how to respond to that, so I don't say anything. When I was 15, Miss Saki says with a smile, all I wanted was to go off to some other world, a place beyond anybody's reach, a place beyond the flow of time. But there's no place like that in the world. Exactly, which is why I'm living here, in this world where things are continually damaged, where the heart is fickle, where time flows past without a break. As if hinting to the flow of time, she's silent for a while. But you know, she goes on, when I was 15 I thought there had to be a place like that in the world. I was sure that somewhere I'd run across the entrance that would take me to that other world. Were you lonely when you were 15? In a sense, I guess. I wasn't alone, but I was terribly lonely, because I knew that I would never be happier than I was then. That much I knew for sure. That's why I wanted to go, just as I was, to some place where there was no time. What I want is to grow up faster. Miss Saki pulls back to study my expression. You must be much stronger and more independent than I am. At your age, I was filled with illusions of escaping reality, but you're standing right up to the real world and confronting it head on. That's a big difference. Strong and independent? I'm neither one. I'm not just being pushed along by reality, whether I like it or not. But I don't say anything. You know, you remind me of a 15-year-old boy I used to know a long time ago. Did he look like me? I ask. You're taller and more muscular than he was. But there is a resemblance. He didn't enjoy talking with other kids his age. They were on a different wavelength. So he spent most of the time holed up in his room, reading or listening to music. He'd get the same frown lines too, whenever the topic got difficult. And you love to read as well. I nod. Miss Saki glances at her watch. Thank you for the coffee. Taking that as my signal to leave, I stand up and head for the door. Miss Saki picks up her black fountain pen slowly, twists the cap off and goes back to her writing. There's another flash of lighting outside, bathing the room in an instant in a weird color. The clap of thunder hits a moment later. This time it's closer than before. Kafka, Miss Saki says. I stop at the doorway and turn around. I just remembered that I wrote a book on lightning once. I don't say anything. A book about lightning? I went all over Japan interviewing people who'd survived lightning strikes. It took me a few years. Most of the interviews were pretty interesting. A small publisher put it out, but it barely sold. The book didn't come to any conclusion, and nobody wants to read a book that doesn't have one. For me, though, having no conclusion seemed perfectly fine. A tiny hammer in my head was pounding on a drawer somewhere, persistently. I'm trying to remember something very important, but I don't know what it is. By this time, Miss Saki's gone to her writing, and I go back to my room. The rainstorm continues to batter us for another hour. The thunder is so incredibly loud that I'm afraid the windows in the library will shatter. Every time a bolt of lightning strikes across the sky, the straightened glass window on the landing flashes an image like some ancient ghost on a white wall across from it. By 2 o'clock, the storm lets up, and yellowish light begins to spill out between the clouds, like a reconciliation has finally been reached. Water continues to drip down in the gentle sunlight. When evening rolls around, I start closing up the place for the night. Miss Saki says goodbye to me and Oshima and heads home. I hear the engine of her Golf and picture her seated at the wheel, turning her key. I tell Oshima I'll finish locking up. Whistling some aria, he goes off to wash in the restroom, then leaves. I listen to Mazda Miata roaring off, the sound fading off in the distance. Now the library's all mine. It's much quieter than before. I go to my room and study sheet music for Kafka on the Shore. Like I suspected, most of the chords are simple. The refrain, though, has a couple tricky ones. I go over to the reading room and try playing it on the upright piano. The fingering's really tough, so I practice it over and over, trying to get my hands around it. and somehow wind up getting its sound right. At first, the chords sound all wrong. I'm sure it's a misprint, or what, the piano is out of tune. But the longer I listen to those chords sound one after the other, the more I'm convinced the whole song hangs on them. These two chords are what keep Kafka on the shore from degrading into some silly poop song. Give it a special depth and substance. But how in the world did Miss Psyche come up with them? I go back to the room, boil the water in an electric kettle, and make some tea. I take out an old records we found in a storage room and put them on the turntable, one after another. Bob Dylan's Blonde on Blonde, the Beatles' White Album, Otis Redding's Dock of the Bay, Stan Getz' Gilberto, all hit albums from the late 60s. That young boy with Miss Psyche right beside him must have done what I was doing, putting the records on turntable, lowering the needle, listening to the music coming out of the speakers. The music felt like it was taking me and the whole room off to some different time, a world before I was even born. As I enjoy the music, I review the conversation we'd had this afternoon, trying to capture our exact words. When I was 15, I thought there had to be a place like that in the world. I'm sure that someone I'd run across the entrance that would take me to that world. I can hear her voice right beside me. Inside my head, something knocks at the door, a heavy, persistent knocking. An entrance? I lift the needle off the Stan Getz album, pull out a single of Kafka on the Shore, place it on a turntable and lower the needle, and listen to her sing. The drowning girl's fingers search for the entrance stone, and more. Lifting them, the hem of the azure dress, she gazes at Kafka on the shore. The girl who comes to this room most likely located the entrance stone. She's in another world, just as she was at 15. And at night she comes to visit the room. In her light blue dress, she comes to gaze at Kafka on the shore. Suddenly, completely out of nowhere, I remember my father talking about how he'd once been struck by lightning. He didn't tell me himself. I'd read about it in an interview in a magazine. When he was a student at college, he had a part-time job as a caddy at a golf course. Once a day, he was following his golfer around the course when the sky suddenly changed color and a huge thunderstorm crashed down on them. They took refuge under a tree when it was hit by a bolt of lightning. This huge tree was split into two. The golfer he was caddying for was killed, but my father, sensing something, leaped away from the tree in time. He got some light burns. His hair was singed, and the shock of the lightning threw him against the rock. He struck his head and lost consciousness, but survived the ordeal, with only a small scar on his forehead. That's what I was trying to remember this afternoon, standing there in Miss Saki's doorway, listening to the roar of the thunder. It was after he recovered from his injuries that my father got serious about his career as a sculptor. As Miss Saki went around interviewing people for her book, maybe she met my father. It's entirely possible. There can't be that many people around who've been struck by lightning who lived, can there? I breathe very quietly, waiting for the dawn. A cloud parts and moonlight shines down on the trees in the garden. There are just too many coincidences. Everything seems to be speeding up, rushing towards one destination. Chapter 26. It was already pretty late in the afternoon, and they had to find a place to stay for the night. Hoshino went to the tourist information booth at Takamatsu Station and had them make a reservation at the inn. It was within walking distance of the station, which was nice, but otherwise was typical and somewhat dumpy. Neither Hoshino nor Nakata minded much, though. As long as there were futons to sleep on, they were fine. As before, breakfast was provided, but they were on their own dinner. This particularly suited Nakata, who was likely to drop off to sleep any time. Once they were in their room, Nakata had Hoshino lie face down on the futon, got on top of him, and pressed down with both thumbs up and down his lower back, carefully checking out the condition of his joints and muscles. This time, he was much more gentle, just tracing the spine and checking out how tense the muscles were. "Something wrong?" Hoshino asked anxiously. "No, everything is fine. Nakata doesn't find anything wrong with you now. Your spine is in good shape." "That's a relief," Hoshino said. "I wasn't looking forward for another torture session." "I know. Nakata is really sorry, but you did tell me you didn't mind pain, so I went ahead and did it as hard as I could." "Yeah, I know that's what I said, but listen, Gramps, there are limits. Sometimes you've gotta use common sense. But I guess I shouldn't be complaining. You did fix my back." "But man alive, I never felt anything like that in my life. The pain was unimaginable. I felt like you were ripping me apart. Like I died and came back to life or something." "Nakata was dead for 3 weeks once." "No kidding," Hoshino said, still face down. He took a cup of tea and munched on some crunchy snacks he'd pick up in a convenience store. "So you really were dead?" "I was." "Were you at all? Where were you at the time?" Nakata doesn't remember. It felt like I was somewhere far away, doing something else, but my head was floating, and I can't remember anything. Then I came back to this world and found out I was dumb. I couldn't read or write anymore. You must have left your ability to read and write over there, on the other side." "Maybe so." The two of them were silent for a time. Hoshino decided it was best to believe whatever the old man told him, no matter how eccentric it sounded. At the same time, he felt uneasy, as if pursuing this dead for weeks idea any further would lead him into some chaotic, out-of-control situation. Better to put the conversation back to more practical matters. "So, now that you're in Takamatsu, Mr. Nakata, where are you planning to go?" "I have no idea," Nakata replied. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do." "What about that entrance stone?" "That's right, Nakata completely forgot about it. We have to find the stone, but I don't have a clue where to look. My mind's floating and won't clear up. I wasn't too bright to begin with, and this kind of thing only makes it worse." "We're in a bit of a fix, then, aren't we?" "Yes, I'd say we are. Not that sitting here, staring at each other's all that much fun. This won't get us anywhere." "You're right. I think we should go asking people, if that stone's somewhere around here." "If you say so, then that's what Nakata wants to do. I'm pretty dumb, so I'm used to asking people questions. My grandpa always said asking a question is embarrassing for a moment, but by not asking, I'm embarrassing for a lifetime." "I agree. When you die, everything you know disappears." "Well, that's not what he meant exactly," Hoshino said, scratching his head. "Anyway, do you have a mental image of the stone? What kind of stone it is, how big it is, its shape or color? What it's used for? If we don't have some details, it's hard to ask. Nobody's going to know what the heck we're talking about. If we just say, 'Is there an entrance stone anywhere around here?' they'll think we're nuts. You see what I mean?" "Yes, I do. I might be dumb, but I'm not nuts." "Okay. The stone Nakata is looking for is very special. It is not so big, it's white, and doesn't have any smell. I don't know what it's used for. It's round, sort of like a rice cake. He held up his hands to indicate something the size of an LP record. So, if you spotted it, do you think you'd recognize it? You know, like, hey, here it is. Nakata would know it right away. There must be some kind of story or legend behind it. Maybe it's famous and on display at a shrine or someplace. It could be, I suppose. Or maybe it's just in some house. The people use it as a weight when they make pickles. No, that's not possible. Why not? Because nobody can move the stone. Nobody except you mean? Yes, I think Nakata probably can. After we move it, then what? Nakata did an uncharacteristic thing. He pondered this for a good long time. At least, he looked like he was, briskly rubbing his short salt and pepper hair. I don't really know about that, he finally said. All I know is it's about time somebody moved it. Hoshino did some pondering himself, and that somebody's you, alright? At least for now. Yes, Nakata replied. That's correct. In the stone found only in Takamatsu? No, it isn't. It doesn't really matter where it is. It just happens to be here right now. It would be much easier if it was in Nakana Ward. But moving that kind of stone must be risky. That's right. Maybe Nakata shouldn't bring this up, but it is very dangerous. Damn, Hoshino said, slowly shaking his head. He put on his chunichi, dragon's cap, and pulled his ponytail out of the hole in the back. This is starting to feel like an Indiana Jones movie or something. The next morning, they went to the tourist information booth in the station to ask if there were any famous stones in Takamatsu for the vicinity. Stones? The girl behind the counter said, frowning slightly. She's been trained to introduce all the usual tourist places, but nothing beyond that. And the question clearly had her flustered. What sort of stones are you looking for? A round stone about so big, Hoshino said, forming his hands in a circle the size of an LP, just as Nakata had done. It's called the entrance stone. Entrance stone? Yep, that's the name. It's pretty famous, I imagine. Entrance to what, though? If I knew that, I wouldn't have to go to all this trouble. The girl thought about it for a while. Hoshino gazed at her face the whole time. Kind of pretty, he judged, though her eyes were a bit too far apart, giving her the look of a cautious bovine. She made a few calls, but it didn't look like she was getting somewhere. I'm sorry, she finally said. Nobody's heard of the entrance stone by the name. Nobody. She shook her head. Excuse me for asking, but are you here just to find the stone? Yes. I don't know if it's just to see it anyway. I'm from Nagoya. The old guy is from Nakana Ward in Tokyo. Yes, Nakata is from Nakana Ward. Nakata chimed in. I rode in a lot of trucks and even got treated to eel once. I came this far and haven't spent a cent on my own money. I see, the girl said. Not to worry. If nobody's heard of the stone, what are you gonna do, huh? It's not your fault, but maybe they call it something else. Are there any other famous stones around here? You know, something with a legend behind it, maybe? Or some stone people pray to? Anything like that? The girl looked timidly at Hoshino with her too far apart eyes, taking in the Churchilly dragon's cap. His hair and ponytail, his green-tinted sunglasses, pierced ear, and rayon aloha shirt. I'd be happy to tell you how to get to the city public library. You could research the stone there. I don't know how much about stones myself, I'm afraid. The library, however, yielded nothing. There wasn't a single book in the place devoted to stones, in or around Takamatsu. The reference librarian, saying they might run across a reference somewhere, plucked down a stack of books in front of them. Legends of Kagawa Prefecture, legends of Kobo Daishi in Shikoku, a history of Takamatsu, and a lake. Sighing deeply, Hoshino started leafing through them. For this part, Nakata carefully turned one page after another in a photo collection entitled Famous Stones of Japan. I can't read, he said, so this is the first library I've ever been to. I'm not proud of it, Hoshino said, but this is the first for me, too, even though I can. It's kind of interesting now that we are here. Glad to hear it. There's a library in Nakano Ward. I think I'll stop by there every now and then. The best thing is they don't charge anything. Nakata had no idea they'd let you in if you can't read. I've got a cousin who was born blind, but he goes to see movies, Hoshino said. What fun could that be? I can see, but I've never been to a movie theater. You're kidding. I'll have to take you sometime. The librarian came over and warned them to keep their voices down, so they stopped talking and went back to their books. When he finished with Famous Stones of Japan, Nakata put it back on the shelf and began flipping through Cats of the World. Grumbling for all the while, Hoshino managed to look through all the books piled up next to him. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any matches in any of them. There were several references to the stone walls of Takamatsu Castle, but the stones in the walls were so massive that for Nakata to pick one up was out of the question. There was also a promising legend about Kobo Daishi, a famous scholarly monk of the Heian period. It was claimed that when he lifted up a stone in a wilderness, a spring gushed out, and the place became a fertile rice land. But that was the end of the story. Hoshino also read about the shrine that had a stone called the Treasure of Children's Stone, but it was more than a yard tall and shaped like a phallus. No way that could be the one Nakata was looking for. The two of them gave up, left the library, and went to a nearby diner for dinner. They both had noodles topped with tempura. Hoshino ordering an extra bowl of noodles and broth. I enjoyed the library, Nakata said. I had no idea there were so many kinds of cats in the world. The stone thing didn't pan out, but that's all right, Hoshino told him. We got started. Let's get a good night's sleep and see what tomorrow brings. The next morning, they went back to the library. Like the day before, Hoshino read through a huge stack of books, one after another. He'd never read so many books in his life. By now, he was fairly conversant with the history of Shikoku, and he'd learned that people had worshipped different kinds of stones for centuries. But what he really wanted, a description of this entrance stone, was nowhere to be found. By afternoon, his head was starting to ache, so they left the library, lay down on the grass and in a park for a long while, and gazed at the clouds drifting by Hoshino. Hoshino smoked, and Nakata sipped his hot tea from his thermos. It's going to thunder again tomorrow, Nakata said. Meaning you're going to have it to make it thunder? No, Nakata can't do that. The thunder comes by itself. Thank God for that, Hoshino said. They went back to their inn, took a bath, and then Nakata went to bed and was soon fast asleep. Hoshino watched a baseball game on TV with the sound down low. but since the giants were slowly beating Hiroshima, he got disgusted with the whole thing and turned it off. He wasn't sleepy yet and felt thirsty, so he went out and found a beer hall. He ordered a draft and a plate of onion rings. He was thinking of striking up a conversation with a young girl sitting nearby, but figured it wasn't the time and place to make a pass. Tomorrow morning, after all, it was back to searching for the elusive stone. He finished his beer, pulled on a Chunichi dragon's cap, left, and just wandered around. Not the most appealing looking city, he decided, but it felt pretty good to be walking around whenever he wanted in a place he'd never been before. He always enjoyed walking anyway, a Marlboro between his lips, hands stuck in his pockets. He wandered from one main street to another and down various alleys. When he wasn't smoking, he whistled. Some parts were lively and crowded. Others deserved a deadly quiet. No matter where he found himself, he kept up the same pace. He was young, healthy, carefree, with nothing to fear. He was walking down a narrow alley, full of karaoke bars and clubs that looked like they'd be opening under different names in 6 months, and had just come to the dark, deserted spot when somebody called behind him, "Hoshino! Hoshino!" in a loud voice. At first he couldn't believe it. Nobody knew him in Takamatsu. It had to be some other Hoshino. It wasn't that common a name, but not that uncommon either. He didn't turn around and kept walking, but whoever it was followed him, calling out his name. Hoshino finally stopped and turned around. Standing there was a short, old man in a white suit, white hair, a serious pair of glasses, a white mustache, goatee, white suit, and string tie. His face looked Japanese, but the whole outfit made him look more like some country gentleman from the American South. He wasn't much over 5 feet tall and looked less like a short person than a miniature, scaled-down version of a man. He held both hands out in front of him like a carrying tray. "Mr. Hoshino," the old man said, his voice clear and piercing, with a bit of an accent. Hoshino stared at the man in black amazement. "Right you are. I'm Colonel Sanders." "You look just like him," Hoshino said, impressed. "I don't just look like Colonel Sanders, it's who I am." "The fried chicken guy?" The old man nodded heavily. "One and the same." "Okay, but how do you know my name?" "Chunichi Dragons fans I always call Hoshino. Nagashima's your basic giant's name." "Likewise. For the dragons, it's got to be Hoshino, right?" "Yeah, but Hoshino happens to be my real name." "Pure coincidence," the old man boomed out. "Don't blame me." "So, what do you want?" "Have I got a girl for you?" "Oh, I get it," Hoshino said. "You're a pimp. That's why you're dolled up like that." "Mr. Hoshino, I don't know how many times I have to say this, but I'm not dressed up as anybody. I am Colonel Sanders. Don't get mixed up there, alright?" "Okay, but if you're the real Colonel Sanders, what the heck are you doing working as a pimp in a back alley in Takamatsu? You're famous and must be ranking in the dough from license fees alone. You should be picking back at a poolside somewhere in the States, enjoying your retirement. So what's the story?" "There's kind of a warp at world in a moment. A warp. You probably don't know this, but that's how we have 3 dimensions, because of the warp. If you want anything to be nice and straight all the time, then go live in a world with a triangular ruler." "You're pretty weird. You know that," Hoshino said. but hanging out with weird guys seems to be my fate these days. Any more of this, and I won't know up from down. That may be, Mr. Hoshino, but how about it? How about a nice girl? You mean, like one of those message parlor places? Message parlor? What's that? You know, those places where they won't let you do the dirty deed, but can manage a BJ or a handjob. Let you come that way, but no in and out. No, Colonel Sanders said, shaking his head in irritation. That's not it at all. My girls do it all, handjob, BJ, whatever you want, including the old in and out. Uh-huh. So, you're talking a soap land. What land? Quit kidding around, okay? I've got somebody with me, and we've got an early start in the morning, so I don't have time for any fooling around tonight. So you don't want a girl? No girl, no fried chicken. I'm going back to get some sleep. But maybe you won't get to sleep that easily, Colonel Sanders said knowingly. When a person's looking for something and can't find it, they usually can't fall asleep very well. Hoshino stood there, mouth agape, staring at him. Looking for something? How'd you know I'm looking for something? It's written all over your face. By nature, you're an honest person. Everything you're thinking is written all over your face. It's like the side of a slit open, dried mackerel. Everything inside your head's laid out for all to see. Instinctively, Hoshino reached up and rubbed his cheek. He spread his hand open and stared at it, but there was nothing there, written all over my face. So, Colonel Sanders said, one finger held up for emphasis. Is what you're looking for, by any chance, round and hard? Hoshino frowned and said, Come on, old man, who are you? How could you know that? I told you, it's written all over your face. You don't get it, do you? Colonel Sanders said, shaking his finger. I haven't been in this business all these years for my health, you know. So, really, don't want a girl. I'm looking for a kind of stone. It's called the entrance stone. I know all about it. You do. I don't lie or tell jokes. I'm a straight-ahead, no-nonsense type of guy. Do you know where the stone is? I know exactly where it is. So, could you tell me where? Colonel Sanders touched his black-framed glasses and cleared his throat. Are you sure you don't want a girl? If you will tell me where the stone is, I'll think about it, Hoshino said dubiously. Great, come with me. Without waiting for a reply, he walked briskly away down the alley. Hoshino scrambled to keep up. Hey, old Mal Colonel. You've got about $200 on me. Colonel Sanders clicked his tongue as he trotted down the road. That's plenty. That'll get you a fresh-faced 19-year-old beauty. She'll give you a full menu, BJ, handjob, in and out. You name it. And afterward, I'll throw this in for a fee. I'll tell you all about the stone. Jeez Louise, Hoshino gasped. Chapter 27. It's 2:47 when I notice the girl's here, a little earlier than last night. I glance at the clock by my bed to remember the time. This time I stay up, waiting for her to appear. Other than the occasional blink, I don't close my eyes once. I thought I was paying attention, but somehow I miss the actual moment she appears. She has on her usual light blue dress and is sitting there the same as before, head in hands, silently gazing at the painting of Kafka on the shore. And I'm gazing at her with bated breath. Painting girl and me. We form a still triangle in the room, She never tires of looking at the picture, and likewise I never tire of gazing at her. The triangle is fixed, unwavering. And then, something totally unexpected happens. "Miss Psyche," I hear myself say. I hadn't planned on speaking her name, but the thought welled up in me and spilled out, in a very small voice, but she hears it, and one side of the triangle collapses. Maybe I was secretly hoping it would, I don't know. She looks in my direction, though not like she's straining to see. Her head is still in her hands as she quietly turns her face, like something, she's not sure what, has made the air tremble ever so slightly. I don't know if she can see me, but I want her to. I pray she notices me and knows I exist. "Miss Psyche," I repeat. I can't keep myself from saying her name. Maybe she'll be frightened by the voice and leave the room, never to return. I'd feel terrible if that happened. No, not terrible. That's not what I mean. Devastated is more like it. If she never came back, everything would be lost to me forever. All meaning, all direction, everything. I know this, but I go ahead and risk it anyway, and call her name. Of their own accord, almost automatically, my tongue and lips form her name over and over. She's not looking at the painting anymore. She's looking at me, or at least in her field of vision. From where I sit, I can't see her expression. Clouds move outside and the moonlight flickers. It must be windy, but I can't hear it. "Miss Psyche," I say again, carried away by some urgent, compelling, overwhelming force. She takes her head out of her hands, holds up her right hand in front of her as if to tell me not to say anything more. But is that what she really wants to say? If only I could go up to her and gaze into her eyes, to see what she's thinking right now, what emotions are running through her. What is she trying to tell me? What is she hinting at? Damn, I wish I knew. But this heavy, just before 3 a.m. darkness has snatched away all meaning. It's hard to breathe, and I close my eyes. There's a hard lump of air in my chest, like I've swallowed a rain cloud whole. When I open my eyes for seconds later, she's vanished. All that's left is an empty chair. A shadow of a cloud slides across the wall above the desk. I get out of bed, go over to the window and look at the night sky, and think about time that can never be regained. I think of rivers, of tides, forests, and water gushing out, rain and lightning, rocks and shadows. All of these are in me. The next day in the afternoon, a detective stops by the library. I'm lying low in my room and don't know he's there. The detective questions Oshima for about 20 minutes and then leaves. Oshima comes to my room later to fill me in. "A detective from a local precinct was asking about you," Oshima says, then takes a bottle of Perrier from the fridge, uncaps it, pours the water into a glass, and takes a drink. "How did he know I was here?" "You used a cell phone, your dad's phone." I check my memory and nod. That night, I ended up all bloody in the woods behind the shrine. I called Sakura on the cell phone. I did, but just once. The police checked the calling record and traced you to Takamatsu. Usually, police don't get into details, but while you were chatting, I got him to explain how they traced the call. When I want to, I can turn on the charm. He also let out that they couldn't trace the person who called, so it must have been a prepaid phone. Anyhow, they know you are in Takamatsu, and the local police have been checking all the hotels. They found out that a boy named Kafka Tamura, matching your description, stayed in a business hotel in town, though a special arrangement with the YMCA, until May 28th. the same day somebody murdered your father. At least the police didn't find out about Sakura. I'm thankful for that. Having bothered her enough already. The hotel manager remembered that you'd asked out about our library. Remember how he called to see if you were really coming here? I nod. That's why the police stopped by. Oshima takes a sip of Perrier. Naturally, I lied. I told the detective I hadn't seen you since the 28th. That you'd been coming every day, but not once since. You might get into trouble, I say. If I didn't lie, you'd be in a whole lot of trouble. But I don't want to get you involved. Oshima narrows his eyes and smiles. You don't get it, do you? You already have gotten me involved. Yes, I guess so. Let's not argue, okay? What's done is done. Talking about it now won't get us anywhere. I nod, not saying a word. Anyway, the detective left this card and told me to call him right away if you ever showed up again. Am I a suspect? Oshima slowly shakes his head. I doubt it, but they do think you might be able to help them out. I've been following all this in the newspaper. The investigation isn't getting anywhere, and the police are getting impatient. No fingerprints, no clues, no witnesses. You're the only lead they have, which explains why they're trying so hard to track you down. Your dad's famous too, so the murder's been covered in details on TV and in magazines. The police aren't about to sit around and twiddle their thumbs. But if they find out you lied to them, they won't accept you as a witness anymore. And there goes my alibi. They might think I did it. Oshima shakes his head again. Japanese police weren't that stupid, Kafka. Lacking in imagination, yes, but they're not incompetent. I'm sure they already checked all the passenger lists for planes from Tokyo to Shikoku. I don't know if you're aware of this, but they have video cameras set up at all the gates at airports to photograph all the boarding passengers. By now, they know you didn't fly back to Tokyo around the same time of the incident. Information in Japan is micromanaged, believe me, so the police don't consider you a suspect. If they did, they wouldn't send some local cop, but detectives from the National Police Agency. If that happened, they would have grilled me pretty hard, and there's no way I could have outsmarted them. They just want to hear from you whatever information you can provide about the incident. It makes perfect sense, what he says. Anyhow, you'd better keep a low profile for a while, he says. The police might be stalking out the area, keeping an eye out for you. They had photos of you with them, copies of your official junior high class picture. Can't say it looked much like you though. You looked really mad in the photo. That was the only photograph I left behind. I always try to avoid having a picture taken, but not having this one taken wasn't an option. The police said you were a troublemaker at school. They were so violent incidents involving you and your classmates, and you were suspended 3 times. Twice, not 3 times, and I wasn't suspended, just officially grounded, I explain. I breathe in deeply, then slowly breathe out. I have times like that, yeah. That you can't control yourself, Oshima says. I nod. And you hurt other people. I don't mean to, but it's like there's somebody else living inside me. And when I come to, I found out I've hurt somebody. Hurt them how much? Oshima asks. I sigh. Nothing major, no broken bones or missing teeth or anything. Oshima sits down on the bed, crosses his legs, and brushes his hair off to his forehead. He's wearing navy blue chinos, a black polo shirt, and white Adidas. Seems to me you have a lot of issues you've gotten to deal with. A lot of issues. I look up. Don't you have any? Oshima holds his hands in the air. Not all that many, but there is one thing. For me, inside this physical body, this defective container, The most important job is surviving from one day to the next. It could be simple or very hard. It all depends on how you look at it. Either way, even if things go well, that's not some great achievement. Nobody's going to give me a standing ovation or anything. I bite my lip for a while, then ask, "Don't you ever think about getting out of the container?" "You mean leaving my physical body?" I nod. "Symbolically or for real?" "Either one." Oshima flips his hair back with his hand. I can picture the gears going full speed just below the surface of his pale forehead. "Are you thinking you'd like to do that?" I take a breath. "Oshima, to tell you the unvarnished truth, I don't like the container I'm stuck in. Never have. I hate it, in fact. My face, my hands, my blood, my genes. I hate everything I inherited from my parents. I like nothing better than to escape it all, like running away from home." He gazes into my face and smiles. "You have a nice muscular body, no matter who you inherited it from. You're quite handsome. Well, maybe a little too unique to be called handsome, exactly, but you're not bad looking. At least, I like the way you look. You're smart, you're quick. You've got a nice cock, too. I envy you that. You're going to have tons of girls fall for you, guaranteed. So I can't see what you're dissatisfied with about your container." I blush. "Okay, I guess that's all beside the point," Oshima continues. "I'm not crazy about the container I'm in, that's for sure. How could I be? This crummy piece of work. It's pretty inconvenient, I can tell you. Still, inside here, this is what I think. If we reverse the outer shell and the essence, in other words, consider the outer shell the essence and the essence only the shell, our lives might be a whole lot easier to understand." I stare at my hands, thinking about all that blood on them, how sticky they felt. I think about my own essence, my own shell, the essence of me surrounded by the shell that's me. But these thoughts have driven away by one indelible image, all that blood. "How about Miss Saiki?" I ask. "What do you mean? You think she has issues to overcome? You'd better ask her herself." Oshima says. At 2, I take a cup of coffee on a tray up to Miss Saiki's room, where she's sitting at her desk. Like always, there's writing paper and a fountain pen on the desk. But the pen is still capped. Both hands resting on the deck, she's staring off into space. Not like she's looking at anything, just gazing at a place that isn't there. She seems tired. The window behind her is open. The early summer breeze rustling the white lace curtain. That scene looks like some beautiful allegorical painting. "Thank you," she says when I put down the coffee cup on her desk. "You look a little tired." She nods. I imagine I look a lot older when I get tired. "Not at all. You look wonderful. Like always." She smiles. "For someone so young, you certainly know how to flatter a woman." My face reddens. Miss Saiki points to a chair, the same chair as yesterday, in exactly the same position. I take a seat. "I'm used to being tired, but I don't imagine you are." "I guess not. When I was 15, I wasn't either, of course." She picks up the coffee cup and takes a sip. "Kafka, what can you see outside?" I look out the window behind her. I see trees, the sky, some clouds, the birds on the tree branches. Nothing out of the ordinary, right? That's right. But if you knew you might not be able to see it again tomorrow, everything would suddenly become special and precious, wouldn't it? I suppose so. Have you ever thought about that? I have. A surprised look comes over her. When? When I'm in love, I tell her. She smiles faintly, and it continues to hover around her lips. This puts me in mind of how refreshing, water looks after someone's sprinkled it in a tiny hollow outside on a summer day. "Are you in love?" she asks. "Yes." And her face and whole being are special and precious to you each time you see her. "That's right. And I might lose those." Miss Saeki looks at me for a while, and the smile fades away. Picture a bird perched on a thin branch, she says. The branch sways in the wind, and each time this happens, the bird's field of vision shifts. "You know what I mean?" I nod. "When that happens, how do you think the bird adjusts?" I shake my head. "I don't know." It bobs its head up and down, making up for the sway of the branch. Take a good look at birds the next time it's windy. I spent a lot of time looking out that window. Don't you think that kind of life would be tiring? Always shifting your head every time the branch you're on sways. I do. Birds are used to it. It comes naturally to them. They don't have to think about it. They just do it. So it's not as tiring as we imagine. But I'm a human being, not a bird. So sometimes it does get tiring. You're on a branch somewhere. In a manner of speaking, she says, and sometimes the wind blows pretty hard. She places a cup back on the saucer and takes a cap off her fountain pen. It is my signal, so I stand up. "Miss Saeki, there's something I've got to ask you." "Something personal?" "Yes, and maybe out of line too. But it is important. For me it is." She puts the black pen on her desk, and her eyes fill with a kind of neutral glow. "All right, go ahead." "Do you have any children?" She takes in a breath and pauses. The expression on her face slowly retreats somewhere far away, then comes back, kind of like a parade that disappears down a street, then marches back up the same street toward you again. "Why do you want to know that?" "It's personal. It's not just some spur-of-the-moment question." She lifts up her Mont Blanc like she's testing the thickness and heft of it, then sets it on the desk and looks up. "I'm sorry, but I can't give you a yes or no answer. At least right now. I'm tired, and there's a strong wind blowing." I nod. "Sorry, I shouldn't have asked." "It's all right. I'm not blaming you," she says gently. "Thank you for the coffee. You make excellent coffee." I leave and go back down the stairs to my room. I sit on my bed and try to read, but nothing seems to filter into my head. I feel like I'm gazing at some table of random numbers, just following the words with my eyes. I put my book down, go over to the window and look at the garden. There are birds on some of the branches, but no wind to speak of. Am I in love with Miss Saeki when she was 15, or with the real 50-something Miss Saeki upstairs? I don't know anymore. The boundary line separating the two has started to waver, to fade, and I can't focus. And that confuses me. I close my eyes and try to find some center inside to hold on to, but, she's right. Every single day, each time I see her face, see her, it is utterly precious. Chapter 28. For a man his age, Colonel Sanders was light on his feet, and so fast that he resembled a veteran speed walker. And he seemed to know every nook and cranny of the city. He took short cuts up dark, narrow staircases, turning sideways to squeeze through a narrow passage between houses. He leaped over ditch-hushing and barking dogs, behind a hedge with a short command. Like some restless spirit searching for its home, his small white-suited figure raced through the back alleys of the town. It was all Hoshino could do to keep up. He was soon out of breath, his armpits soaked. Colonel Sanders never once looked back to see if he was following. "Hey, are we almost there?" Hoshino finally called out impatiently. What are you talking about, young fella? I wouldn't even call this walk. Colonel Sanders replied, still not turning around. Yeah, but I'm a customer, remember? What's going to happen to my sex drive if I'm all pooped out? What a disgrace. All you can... And you call yourself a man. If a little walk's going to kill your desire, you might as well not have any from the beginning. Jeez, Hoshino muttered. Colonel Sanders cut across another side street, crossed to the main road, oblivious to the traffic light, and continued walking. He strode over the bridge and ducked into a shrine. A fairly big shrine, by the looks of it, but it was late and no one else was around. Colonel Sanders pointed to a bench in front of the shrine office, indicating that Hoshino should take a seat. A mercury lamp was next to the bench, and everything was as bright as day. Hoshino did as he was told, and Colonel Sanders sat down next to him. You're not going to make me do it here, are you? Hoshino asked worriedly. Don't be an idiot. We're not like those deer that hang around the famous shrines and go at it. I'm not about to have you two do it in a shrine. Who do you think I am, anyway? Then he extracted a silver cell phone from his pocket and punched in a 3-digit number. Yeah, it's me, he said. Then the other person answered. The usual place, the shrine. I've got a young man named Hoshino here with me. That's right. The same as usual. As I got it. Just get here as soon as you can. He switched off the phone and slipped it back into a pocket of the white suit. Do you always call up the girls from the shrine? Hoshino asked. Anything wrong with that? No, not really. I was just thinking. There's got to be a better place. Someplace more normal. A coffee shop, or maybe have me wait in a hotel room. A shrine's quiet, and the air's crisp and clean. True. But waiting for a girl on a bench in front of a shrine office, it's hard to relax. I feel like I'm going to fall under a spell of one of those fox spirits or something. What are you talking about? You're not making much fun of Shikoku now, are you? Takamatsu is a proper city, the prefectural capital, in fact. Not one, not some hick town. We don't have any foxes here. Okay, just kidding. But you're in the service industry, so I was just thinking you'd better worry me more about creating an atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? Something luxurious to get you in the mood. I don't know, maybe it's none of my business. You're right, it isn't, Colonel Sanders intoned. Now, about that stone. Right, the stone. Tell me about it. After you do the deed. Then we talk. Doing the deed's important, huh? Colonel Sanders nodded gravely a couple of times and tugged at his goatee. That's right, it's a formality you have to go through. Then we'll talk about the stone. I know you're going to like this girl. She's our top girl. Luxurious breasts, skin like silk. A nice, curvy waist. Hot and wet, right where you want it. A regular sex machine. To use a car metaphor, she's 4-wheel drive in bed. Turbocharged desire. Step on the gas. The surging gear shift in her hands. You around the corner, she shifts gear ecstatically. You race out of the passing lane, and bang. You're there. Hoshino's dead and gone to heaven. You're quite a character, you know that, Hoshino said admiringly. Like I said, it's not in this business for my health. 15 minutes later, the girl arrived, and Colonel Sanders was right. She was a knockout. Tight miniskirt, black high heels, a small black camel shoulder bag. She could easily have been a model, generous breasts too, spilling out of her low-cut top. Will she do? Colonel Sanders asked. Hoshino was too stunned to reply, and just nodded. A variable sex machine, Hoshino. Have yourself a ball, Colonel Sanders said, smiling for the first time. He gave Hoshino a pinch on the rump. The girl took Hoshino to a nearby love hotel, where she filled up the bathtub, quickly slipped out of her clothes, and then undressed him. She washed him carefully all over, then commenced to lick him, sliding into a totally artistic art of fellatio, doing things to him he'd never seen or heard of in his life. He couldn't think of anything else but coming, and come he did. Man alive, that was fantastic. I've never felt like that, Hoshino said, languidly, sinking back into the hot tub. That's just the beginning, the girl said. Wait till you see what's next. Yeah, but man, was that good. How good? Like, there's no past or future anymore. The pure present is an ungraspable advance of the past devouring the future. In truth, all sensation is already memory. Hoshino looked up, mouth half open, and gazed at her face. What's that? Henry Bergson, she replied, licking the semen from the tip of his penis. Mame no memelai. I'm sorry? Matter and memory. You ever read it? I don't think so, Hoshino replied after a moment's thought. Except for the special SDF driver's manual I was forced to study, and the books on shikoku history he'd just gone through in the library. He didn't remember reading anything except manga. Have you read it? The girl nodded. I had to. I'm majoring in philosophy in college, and we have exams coming up. You don't say, Hoshino said. So this is a part-time job. To help pay tuition. She took him over to the bed, stroked him all over with her fingertips and tongue, getting another erection out of him. A firm hard-on, a towel of pizza at carnival time. See, you're ready to go again, the girl remarked, slowly segueing into her next set of motions. Any special requests? Something you'd like me to do? Mr. Sanders asks me to make sure you got everything you want. I can't think of anything special, but could you quote some more of that philosophy stuff? I don't know why, but it might keep me from coming so quick. Otherwise, I'll lose it pretty fast. Let's see. This is pretty old, but how about some Hegel? Whatever. I recommend Hegel. He's sort of out of date, but definitely an oldie, but goodie. Sounds good to me. At the same time that I am the content of a relation, I am also that which does the relating. Hegel believed that a person is not merely conscious of self and object as separate entities, but through the projection of the self via the meditation of the object is voluntarily able to gain a deeper understanding of the self, all of which constitutes self-consciousness. I don't know what the heck you're talking about. Well, think of that I'm going to do right now. For me, I'm the self, and you're the object. For you, of course, it's the exact opposite. You're the self to you, and I'm the object. And by charging self and object, we can project ourselves onto the other and gain self-consciousness. Voluntarily. I still don't get it, but it sure feels good. That's the whole idea, the girl said. Afterward, he said goodbye to that girl and returned to the shrine, where Colonel Sanders was sitting on the bench just as he'd left him. You've been waiting here for the whole time? Hoshino asked. Colonel Sanders shook his head irritably. Don't be a moron. Do I really look like I have that much time on my hands? While you were sailing off to heaven, I was working the back alleys again. She called me when you finished, and I rushed over. So, how was your little sex machine? Pretty good, I bet. She was great, no complaints by me. You got off 3 times. Volitionally speaking. I must have lost 5 pounds. Glad to hear it. Now, about the stone. Right, That's what I came here for. Actually, the stone in the woods right there in the shrine. We're talking about the entrance stone. That's right, the entrance stone. Are you sure you're not just making this up? Colonel Sanders's head shot up. What are you talking about, you dingbat? Have I ever lied to you? Do I just make up things? I told you I get you a soul young sex machine, and I kept my end of the bargain. At the bargain basement price, too, only $120. And you were brazen enough to shoot off 3 times, no less. All that you and still doubt me. Don't blow a fuse. Of course I believe you. It's just that when things are going a little too smoothly, I get a bit suspicious, that's all. I mean, think about it. I'm walking along and a guy in a funny get-up calls me, tells me he knows where I could find a stone, then I go with him and get off with the drop-dead gorgeous babe. 3 times, you mean? Whatever. So I get off 3 times, and then you tell me the stone I'm looking for is right over there? That would confuse anybody. You still don't get it, do you? We are talking about the revelation here, Colonel Sanders said, clicking his tongue. A revelation leaps over the borders of the everyday. A life without revelation is no life at all. What you need to do is move from a reason that observes to reason that acts. That's what's critical. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about? You good-plated whale of a dunce. The projection and exchange between self and object, Hoshino timidly began. Good. I'm glad you know that much at least. That's the point. Follow me and you can pay your respects to your precious stone. A special package deal just for you. Chapter 29. I call up Sakura from the public phone in the library. I realize I haven't been in touch once since that night at her place. Just a short note and that was it. I'm kind of embarrassed about the way I said goodbye. After I left the apartment, I went right to the library. Oshima drove me up to the cabin for a few days. Well, out of range of any phone. Then I came to live and work at the library, encountering Miss Saiki's living spirit, or something like it, every night, and I've fallen head over heels for that 15-year-old girl. A ton of things happened, one after another, enough to keep anybody busy, not that that's any excuse. It's around 9 p.m. when I call, and she answers after 6 rings. "Where in the world have you been?" Sakura asks in a hard voice. I'm still in Takamatsu. She doesn't say anything for a while. In the background I hear a music program on the TV. Somehow I've survived, I add. Silence, then a kind of resigned sigh. What did you mean by disappearing like that? I was worried about you, so I came home a little early that day. Even did some shopping for us. I know it was wrong to do, but I had to leave. My mind was all messed up, and I had to get away to think about things. Try to get back to my feet. Being with you was, I don't know, I can't put it into words. Overstimulating. Yeah, I've never been near a girl like that before. No kidding. You know, the scent of a girl, all kinds of things. Pretty rough being young, huh? I guess, I say. So, how's your job doing? It's been a madhouse, but I wanted to work to save up money, so I shouldn't complain. I pause, then tell her about the police looking for me. She's silent for a while, then cautiously says, "All that business with the blood." I decide to hold back on telling the truth. No, that's not it. Nothing about the blood. They're after me because I'm a runaway. They want to catch me and ship me back to Tokyo, that's all. So, the cops might get in touch with you. The other way, the night I stayed over, I called your cell phone using mine, and they traced the phone records and found I was here in Takamatsu. Don't worry, she says. It's a prepaid phone, so there's no way they can trace the owner. That's a relief, I say. I didn't want to cause you any more trouble than I already have. You're so sweet, you're gonna make me cry. You know that? No, that's not how I really feel. I know, she says. She'd rather not admit it. So, where are little runaways staying these days? Somebody I know is letting me stay over. Since when do you know anybody here? How could he possibly summarize everything that's happened to me in the past few days? It's a long story, I say. With you, it's always long stories. I don't know why, but it always turns out that way. Sort of a tendency of yours? I guess so, I reply. I'll tell you about it someday when I have the time. It's not like I'm hiding anything. I just can't explain it well over the phone. That's okay. I just hope you're not into anything you shouldn't be. No, nothing like that. I'm okay, don't worry. She sighs again. I can't understand wanting to be out on your own, but just don't get mixed up with anything illegal, okay? It isn't worth it. I don't want to see you die some miserable teenage death like Billy and the Kid. Billy the Kid didn't die in his teens, I correct her. He killed 21 people and died when he was 21. If you say so. Anyway, what? Was there something you wanted? I just wanted to thank you. I feel bad about leaving like that after you were so nice. Thanks. But why don't we just forget all that, okay? I wanted to hear her voice, too, I say. I'm happy to hear that, but how does that help anything? I don't know how to put it exactly. This might sound strange, but you're living in the real world, breathing real air, speaking real words. Talking with you makes me feel, for the time being, connected to reality, and that's really important to me now. The people you're with now aren't. I'm not sure, I tell her. So, what you're saying is you're in some unreal place with people cut off from reality. I think about it for a while. You might say that. Kafka, Sakura says. I know it's your life and I shouldn't butt in, but I think you'd rather get out of there. I don't know what kind of place you're in, but I get the feeling that's a smart move. Call it a hunch. Why don't you come over and to my place? You can stay as long as you like. Why are you so nice to me? Why are you a dunce? What do you mean? 'Cause I like you. Can't you figure that out? I'm basically a curious type, but I wouldn't do this just for anybody. I've done all this for you because I like you, okay? I don't know how to put it, but I feel like a younger brother to me. I hold the phone without saying a word. For a second, I completely confused and dizzy. Nobody's ever said anything like that to me, ever. Are you still here? Sakura asks. Yeah, I managed to say. Well, then say something. I stand up and take a deep breath. Sakura, I wish I could do that. I really do. But I can't right now. Like I told you, I can't leave here. I'm in love. With some complicated, unreal person. You could say that. I hear her sigh again, a deep, profound kind of sigh. You know, when kids your age fall in love, they tend to get a little spacey. So if the person you're in love with isn't connected to reality, that's a major problem. You follow me? Yeah, I get it. Kafka. If anything happens, call me, okay? Don't hesitate at all. I appreciate it. I hang up, go to the back of my room, put the single of Kafka on the shore on the turntable and lower the needle. And once more, whether I like it or not, I'm swept away in that palace. To that time. I sense a present and open my eyes. It's totally dark. A fluorescent numbers on the alarm clock next to my bed show it's after 3. I must have fallen asleep. In the faint light from the lamp room out in the garden, I see us sitting there. As always, she's at the desk, gazing at the painting on the wall, motionless, hat in her hands, and I'm lying in bed as before, trying hard not to breathe, eyes barely open, gazing at her silhouette. Outside the window, the breeze from the sea is rustling the branches of the dogwood. After a while, though, I sense that something's different, something in the air that disturbs the perfect harmony of our little world. I strain to see, though, the gloom. Was it? The wind momentarily picks up, and the blood coursing through my veins begins to feel strangely thick and heavy. The dogwood branches draw a nervous maze on the window pane. Finally, it comes to me. The silhouette isn't that of a young girl. It looks a lot like her, almost the exact match, but it isn't exactly the same. Like a copy of a drawing laid over the real thing. Some of the details are off. Her hairstyle is different, for one thing, and she has on different clothes. Her whole presence is different. Unconsciously, I shake my head. It isn't the girl sitting there. It's someone else. Something is happening. Something very important. I'm clutching my hands tightly beneath the covers, and my heart, unable to stand it anymore, starts pounding hard, beating out an unexpected, erratic rhythm. As if that sound is a signal, the silhouette in the chair starts to move, slowly changing its angle like one massive ship changing course. She takes her head off her hands and turns in my direction. With a start, I realize it's Miss Psyche. I gulp and can't let my breath out. It's the Miss Psyche of the present, the real Miss Psyche. She looks at me for a while, quietly concentrating like when she's looking at the painting, and a thought hits me. The axis of time. Somewhere, I don't know about, something weird is happening to time. Reality and dreams are all mixed up, like sweater and river water, flowing together. I struggle to find the meaning behind it all, but nothing makes sense anymore. Finally, she gets to her feet and slowly comes toward me, holding herself as erect as always. She's barefoot, and the floorboards faintly creak as she walks. Silently, she sits down on the edge of the bed and remains still for a time. Her body has a definite density and weight. She has on white silk blouse and a navy blue skirt. She reaches to her knees. She reaches out and touches my head, her fingers groping through my short hair. Her hand is real, with real fingers touching me. She stands up again, and in the faint light shining from the outside, like it's the most natural thing to do, begins to undress. She's in no hurry, but she doesn't hesitate either. In smooth, natural motions, she unbuttons her blouse, slips out of her skirt, and steps out of her panties. Piece by piece, her clothing falls to the floor, the soft fabric hardly making a sound. She's asleep, I realize. Her eyes are open, but it's like she's sleepwalking. Once she's naked, she crawls into the narrow bed and wraps her pale arms around me. Her warm breath gazes my neck, her pubic hair pushing up against my thigh. She must think I'm her dead boyfriend from long ago, and that she's doing that, what they used to do, here, in this room, fall asleep, dreaming. She goes though, the motions from long ago. I figure I'd better wake her up. She's making a big mistake and I have to let her know. This isn't a dream, it's real life. But everything is happening so fast, and I don't have the strength to resist. Through totally off balance, I feel like I'm being sucked into a time warp. And you're sucked into a time warp. Before you know it, her dream has wrapped itself around your mind, gently, warmly, like amniotic fluid. Miss Saiki will take off your t-shirt, pull off your boxers. She'll kiss your neck over and over, then reach out and hold your penis, which is already porous and hard. Gently, she wraps her hand around your balls, and wordlessly guides her fingers to her pubic hair. Her vagina is warm and wet. She kisses your chest, sucking your nipples. Your fingers are slowly sucked inside her. Where does your responsibility begin here? Wiping away the nebula from your sight, you struggle to find where you really are. You're trying to find the direction of the flow, struggling to halt on the axis of time. But you can't locate the borderline separating dream and reality, or even the boundary between what's real and what's possible. All you're sure of is that you're in a delicate position, delicate and dangerous. You're pulled along, a part of it, unable to pin down the principles of prophecy or logic. Like when the river overflows, washing over a town. All road signs have sunk beneath the waves, and all you can see are the anonymous roofs of the sunken houses. You're face up and Miss Saiki gets on top of you. She guides your rock-hard cock inside her. You're helpless. She's the one who's in charge. She bends and twists her waist as if tracing the picture with her body. Her straight hair falls on your shoulders and trembles noiselessly, like the branches on the willow. Little by little, you're sucked down into the warm mud. The whole world turns warm, wet, indistinct, and all that exists is your rigid, glistening cock. You close your eyes and your own dream begins. It's hard to tell how much time is passing. The tide comes in, the moon rises, and soon you come. There's nothing you can do to stop it. You come over and over inside her. The warm walls inside her contract, gathering in your semen. All this while she's still asleep, with her eyes wide open. She's in a different world, and that's where your seat goes. She gets off and lays down beside me. After a while, she gets up, tugs on her panties, pulls on her skirt, and buttons up her blouse. She gently reaches out again and touches her hair. All this takes place without a word passing between us. She hasn't said anything since she entered the room. The only sounds are the creak of the floorboards, the wind blowing caressingly outside, the room breathing out, the wind phone shivering. That's the chorus behind me. Still asleep, she crosses the room and leaves. The door is open just a crack, but she slips right out like a delicate dreamy fish. Silently the door closes. I watch from the bed as she makes her exit, still unable to move. I can't even raise a finger. My lips are tightly sealed. Words are asleep. In the corner of time, unable to move a muscle, I lie there, staring at her. I imagine I'll catch the roar of a Golf in the parking lot, but I never hear it. No matter how long I listen, the wind blows clouds over, then scatters them away. The branches of the goodwood quiver, and countless knives flash in the darkness. The window is my heart's window. The door, my soul's door. I lie there, awake until dawn, gazing at the empty chair.